Hello, everyone, and welcome to this week's episode of Beacon in the Dark. We are trying to keep to a schedule as best as possible, but we'll also miss next week, and we missed the week prior to this. But we'll stick to our schedule afterwards. I think, I hope, maybe. Anyway, last time a bunch of stuff happened, but before we get into that, I would like to ask the people who have once again joined in this adventure to introduce themselves and their characters. The dice have determined that we ought to start first and foremost with DoomGoblin. DoomGoblin, could you please go ahead and introduce yourself and your character?
Yeah, I'm DoomGoblin. I play Captain Bladebeard, a dwarf pirate who seems to be possessed by some kind of creature. I still think it's Loken, but I'm not sure.
I accidentally muted myself. I'm not sure what you're not sure about, but I guess we will see.
And I have a very high suspicion it might be Loken.
Okay.
There are many like hints that it could be Loken, but yeah.
Okay, noted. Thank you very, very much, DoomGoblin. Next, according to the dice, we would have Thompshire. Could you please go ahead and introduce yourself and your character?
Sure. As always, I'll be playing as Benjamin Aaran, the traveling swordsman. And yeah, I had like this urge to repeat the whole thing over again to reference the last episode, but I got lazy midway, so that's enough for now.
And I'm still sad that that timeline will never see the light of day, except in the one thumbnail that you kindly provided us. And yeah, thank you very, very much, Thompshire. Then, according to the dice, we would have Khono. Could you please go ahead and introduce yourself and your character?
Hello, I am Chronos, and I am playing the lovely ogre pirate captain warlord possessed by a fell guy. Also Moar as well. Yes, that is the guy I'm playing as, and he I don't know, he's kind of confused, I guess, especially after last session, but hey, we'll get to it. We'll manage, hopefully. In hell.
We will indeed manage, hopefully. Thank you very, very much, Khono. And then, of course, we would have Zelryn. Could you please go ahead and introduce yourself and your character?
Good evening. My name is Zelryn, the player who's playing Lyri, who is an elf, who is a dagger person, who is flying and stuff. And
Yep.
that's what's happening.
Yep. I think this goes without saying, but I'll mention it anyway, Zelryn. Lyri obviously is away from the main things that are happening at the moment, but you, Zelryn, are of course more than welcome to chime in and provide input if you want, okay? Okay. Speaking of, I guess, Zelryn, last time a bunch of stuff happened, and Zelryn was the one who kindly reminded us about what happened the previous time. So as usual, and as per tradition, you have the choice of either anointing someone to read the recap or letting the dice decide. What say you?
The dice, but with me excluded. Thank you very much.
Okie dokie. Let's see where that leads us. I'll roll d4. It'll be alphabetical, so 1's DoomGoblin, 2's Khono, 3 is me, 4 is Thompshire. That would be DoomGoblin.
Alright.
Would you... Good.
Yes? Yeah, I'll start reading.
Okay.
As our hero's journey to Ilalai begins, it seems that other familiar forces have taken an interest in it. The group found itself teleported to Antonidas' Spire, a small rocky island near Ilalai, manned by joint Kirin Tor and Explorers League expedition. As soon as they arrived, Benjamin Aaran and Lyri Embersorrow received 2 sending messages. While Lyri rejected hers, Benjamin was informed by Chemis that orcs have arrived in Booty Bay, intending to seize the ships our heroes have left behind. And Antonidas' Spire was also a home to an unexplored Titan ruin, guarded by I know this word. Why can't I read it? Yeah, that door.
Impenetrable. Yeah.
Impenetrable door. The two expedition members, Amu and Armita McGann, were particularly eager to gain our hero's assistance in opening the door, while two others, Jody Dusa and Grounchy Hartnell,
Yeah.
were particularly opposed. The latter eventually managed to convince the party to depart the island. And so our heroes found themselves teleported to Antonidas' Spire again. The party seemed to be stuck in a time loop. Their only immediate hint of something going wrong being Captain Bladebeard's intense headache. The cycle repeated itself until the fourth time loop. Throughout those, Hartnell died, Amu and Aramita suspiciously insisted that our hero should investigate the Titan ruins. Jody became even more uneasy. The two other expedition members, the former Thai sage Durna and the retired Griffin rider Tranik McGann,
Close enough.
the red-haired dwarf, became increasingly erratic, not erotic.
God damn it.
This time I got the word right.
You did.
The outside circumstances also changed. The Horse increased their efforts in searching for our heroes each time. And the
DoomGoblin said the Horde, not the Whores.
The Horde, yeah. All right. I said the Horde. The Horde insisted in their efforts in searching for our heroes each time. The Blue Dragon Kelagos joined the group in place of Archmage Runereaver. There's more. Within the fourth loop, a Horde fleet has overrun Booty Bay, and our heroes soon found themselves under attack by two ships, equipped with heavy artillery. Guided by the Mad Goblin Cruiser, Karigosa and Kelagos then transformed to fight off the Horde ships, while Lyri fled the islands and on her flying disc. When Bladebeard approached the door of the ruin, it asked our hero whether it should open the spire in spite of the temporal interference. This, coupled with Tranik's ramblings about silver wings, led our heroes to unmasking Amu and Aramita. They were in fact Chronic Mormu and Petronimi, two bronze/infinite dragons that our heroes had previously encountered. The Horde bombardment prompted the group to head inside. They found the ruin decorated with murals detailing an ancient battle between humanoid figures and tentacle beasts, the latter of which were aided by four massive elementals. The battle was interrupted by what the two dragons termed death, prompting the two sides to temporarily join forces against it. In the end, the humanoid figures prevailed and built 4 towers and 3 pyramids in order to imprison the elemental forces and the third force. Our heroes, realizing that two of the Force Elementals were Hazumu and Hazumu the All-Seeing, and the Lord
Cauterous, as in cauterize.
Yes, him, the one that burned the two islands,
Yep.
whom they had previously released during their adventure on Lepidus and Gilligan. Chronic and Petra insisted that in order to prevent potential apocalypse, our heroes might unleash in Ilalai the other two elemental lieutenants needed to be released. On Chief Captain Moarg's...
Prompting.
I got lost. On Chief Captain Moarg's prompting, the two dragons showed the group a vision of this apocalypse, which involved a death on a massive scale, and what seemed to be a hole in the sky. Moarg, advised by his ancestors, believed that the two were still holding information. However, and that they had not revealed everything about their plans. Still, the group decided to proceed. They encountered Drunmi and Mir, two iron dwarfs who were waiting for the Prime Designate. When asked by Bladebeard, they revealed that the Prime Designate's plan was to return to a mortal body, release the elemental lieutenants, and mend the old wound in Uldimnir. Heading further in, our heroes encountered a control chamber, similar to the one within the Lepidus complex. When Bladebeard sat on the throne, two artifacts were revealed. The signet ring of the Fold Designate and foreboding chronometer.
Foreboding
chronometer. The latter soon transformed into golden energy, which merged with our hero's mysterious hourglass. The voice in Bladebeard's mind proclaimed itself whole again, identified itself as true Prime Designate, and promised to elevate the dwarf. Oh, my phone.
No worries.
Concerningly, it exhibited some level of control over our hero's body and the Iron Dwarfs.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. Thank you.
I have a question.
Ahoy.
In universe, was Cauterous named after cauterizing, or was cauterizing named after Cauterous?
I don't know. You maybe ask the people who invented Lord Incendius, who's also a fire elemental.
I mean, maybe he was the first guy to set things on fire, so maybe.
Probably not. But there's. I can promise you that the other two elementals have appropriate names for their typing, and that's all I'll say. But yeah, thank you very, very much, DoomGoblin. Now, before we begin the session itself, there's something that I forgot to do last time, and that is to explain what the foreboding chronometer and by extension Bladebeard's upgraded hourglass actually do. Bladebeard, obviously there's the voice in your mind, and the hourglass can still do what it has always done, as in project images and such, but it gains an additional effect that you gain, by you I mean Bladebeard, gain sort of almost a subconscious understanding as a result of the upgraded, for lack of a better term, voice in your mind, and that is, you seem to be able to better predict what your enemies can do. And as in, if you want, if you're ever in combat, you can roll a careful, and it will be a very, very low difficulty to determine what your opponent will do next. And if you succeed on that roll, you will also gain a small bonus to defending against it. But perhaps more, at least from my point of view, importantly, you begin almost to see imperfections as you look around you, specifically around Amu and Aramita, aka Chronic and Petronimi, but not just them. And you sort of realize that you can use the hourglass to repair such minor imperfections, including what your pants may do, your pajama pants. Namely, if basically once per combat, if an effect of the pants is not to your liking, you can erase the side effect, as in you can still keep the undo, but erase the negative side effect. Does that make sense?
Oh, that's cool, and it seems like the pants and this artifact like belong together, belong on the same person.
Can I get perhaps a clever to intuit a third potential use of the hourglass?
0.
I would say you'll have more opportunities to learn about the third potential effect if need be. All right?
All right.
But yeah, we resume.
Wait, but
Go ahead.
What about? You said that he sees imperfection in the dragons.
Mm-hmm.
Can you elaborate?
It's hard to describe because you almost have a feeling that these thoughts aren't entirely your own. But when you look at Amu and Aramita, you see I would almost describe it as them slightly glitching out, like they don't actually belong here. It's an instinctual sort of drive, like thought in your mind that hey, you should not really be here, and I think maybe I can remove you if I want to.
Oh, so he can like
Potentially.
maybe like send time travelers back to their original timeline or something.
Yeah, potentially. Though you think you still need to like workshop that ability. Like you know you have that potential, but you need to work on it a bit more. But also more specifically, you are able to identify time travelers. Yeah, time travelers.
All right. Do I get any time traveling sense around Gurin?
The same as you see when you look at Benjamin or Morg, or the like random NPCs that are next to you, other than Amu and Aramita. So no, not exactly.
All right, he's not me from the future.
Oh,
That's good to know.
Let me make a note in editing. But yeah, we resume pretty much where we where we left off last time. Bladebeard is just getting off the throne after realizing that maybe you feel like the voice in your mind temporarily took control of your leg temporarily, and you feel like you didn't like that very much, and you feel a sense of danger, though at the moment you are in control of your body entirely, I will say. So as you get off the throne, you're still slightly glowing. Again, Amu and Aramita have this look of like, yeah, this is kind of what we expected, let's just move on. For the other players, feel free to chime in whenever you'd like. But otherwise, Drinme will say, this way, Prime Designate, indicating that you ought to approach a control console.
Alright, I follow.
The voice in your mind asks, What is the status of Ulduar? And Mir says out loud for that everyone hears. Nobody except Bladebeard heard the question, but everyone hears the answer. Contact has been lost, Prime Designate. It appears that usurpers have taken control. And Mir and the other one will intervene. We cannot guarantee that you will have access to the armies you require to purge Old Rimnir. And the voice in your mind says, expected, though unfortunate, but never mind. I should have contingencies in place in Old Rimnir. Of course, Prime Designate. And again, everyone except Bladebeard just sees the one-sided exchange. Bladebeard, you also hear the voice in your mind asking the questions.
Oh, are you guys done?
What's going on? Says Ulrika.
I miss a question.
It's a bunch of confusing stuff is happening, obviously. I'm probably the last person to ask.
Indeed, says Petra. As in, yeah, indeed, you're a dummy. That's what she means.
So, can we speak with these prisoners?
The option is available through the console, Prime Designate, as is the option of releasing them.
I want to talk with them first.
Of course, Prime Designate. Do you approach, or do you... Yeah, let me know if you do.
Sure.
And the voice in your mind informs you which buttons to hit to talk instead of release.
Do I sense that he might be lying?
Give me a careful.
Oh boy. 2.
To the best of your ability, you don't think he is, but on the other hand, you're more so used to like telling if someone's lying during like cards or dice, not this weird otherworldly entity. To the best of your abilities, you think he's telling the truth. Take
Otherworldly.
for lack of a better term.
He was born here on Nether. Anyway.
Yeah.
Or was he?
He was.
Yeah,
He was.
Sure, he was.
I think.
Also, they weirdly refer to Odin as their father, even though they're all like brothers. But anyway, yeah, I pushed the button.
There's a series of them, and the console says, "Welcome, Prime Designate. Do you wish to address? Let me find their names. Give me a second. Do you wish to address? Where did I put the damn things? I'm so sorry. Oh, do you wish to address Crack the Terrible or Count Humidius?"
After hearing their names, I'm not sure if I wanna address any of those two. But let's. What do you guys think? Who should we
Benjamin
talk
kind
to
of
first?
chuckles at the guy named Crack.
Yeah.
To be fair, Crack is spelled with a K, not a C. Not
Well, Benjamin doesn't know that.
but yeah, well, yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah, the council says it.
Oh, forget what Ulrika said because Ulrika stayed behind to study the ruins. I forgot about that. So Ulrika's not here. My bad.
Who's that again?
The pale lady with the hat, the expedition leader. This one, the one who is sort of the straight man and not like actually some hidden entity and is more so confused about what's going on. Anyway, yeah.
Straight?
Straight man, I know what you mean, but in the sense of
We know one bit of information about her, and it's that she's not straight, right?
yep.
All right. So should we talk with Mr. Buttcrack first?
You get the inkling in your mind that to do so, you need to press the button to your left. Well, you know what I mean, a specific button.
Alright.
You press it.
Yes.
Yes. You hear a reply.
You're speaking with Captain Bladebeard, Pirate Lord of the Blackwater Raiders.
You speak to Crack the Terrible, Lieutenant of Pharazane. Release me.
Say we release you. What's the first thing you're gonna do?
Return to Master. Where is my lady?
Don't know. So you're just going to search for your lady friend.
1, 2. If you guys want, I can speed it up.
Sure.
He says, until I find her, if I cannot find her, instead I will stay here and raise this mountain into a proper fortress.
That doesn't sound that bad, right?
Do you know the other humidity dude that's imprisoned here?
Again, I will speed it up. In character, he says it much slower. A vexing companion.
Does that mean you guys are friends, or?
Vexing is above what's synonymous with annoying.
I mean, he also said companion. That's why I asked.
He replies, cellmate.
You said mate. No, sorry, it doesn't. It doesn't
I think this could cut me off. I said cellmate.
Yeah, and I jokingly said you said mate.
Ah, fair enough. He does not add anything. He says, if released, he'll expel Humidius.
Meaning?
Make him depart.
Okay, so
And if he refuses, he'll kill it.
are you capable of killing him?
This again, keep in mind that Crack speaks very, very slowly. So if at any point you feel like interrupting him, because it will take a while for him to reply, he will say, "We have been rivals for thousands of years. I have defeated him before. I can do so again."
Do you know of any darkness that lies nearby?
It's hard to see outside this prison, he replies.
What about before you were imprisoned? Was there anything of note in this area?
The dark masters and the end that came.
The end that came?
When the Pale One betrayed the other Watchers. You Bladebeard, you feel when Crack says that, you feel almost a hint of anger coming from the voice in your mind. Like it's something that it's familiar with.
Yeah, Bladebeard was kind of dozing off from listening to the slow guy. And
Fair
he,
enough.
Like wakes up a bit when he feels the anger. All right. Can we hear from the other guy?
The voice in your mind says you just have to press these buttons. Yeah.
Oh, I always need to press buttons. All right. He
I thought you'd-
presses the.
But I thought Bladebeard would have more fun with pressing buttons.
He'll press the other button.
You hear almost the sound of waves in the background.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, the background noise otherwise would be weird machinery, so understandable.
Greetings. I am Captain Bladebeard, Master of the Sea.
You are no master of mine.
Alright. I was planning to release you. What do you
Then do
think
so.
about that?
Then do so.
What are you going to do once you're free?
Return to my lagoon and seek out my master.
Oh, so the same thing the Craig guy was going
Do
to
not
do.
compare me to him. I will set my waves upon his fortresses as soon as I am released. I will crush him beneath my tides.
He kind of said the same thing.
His rocks will crumble beneath my pressure. There will be nothing left of him. And then I shall seek out Lord Carterus and properly drown him out for what he has done to me so many thousands of years in the past. And then finally after that, I shall seek out Hazu and make him pay for deceiving me so.
What did he do to you?
What did he not do to me?
You
We
tell me.
have been struggling for thousands of years. Do you know how many times he has proposed truces and broken them, brokered alliances and betrayed them? I would replace all of his air with my tides and make him and drown him forevermore. Seems more intense than crack. Though kind of on the same wavelength, no pun intended.
So, who's this lord of yours?
Neptulon, you puny flesh sack.
Aha! Neptulon.
You are not even worthy of speaking its name, tool of the usurpers.
There's a couple of ships named after him.
Are you going to release me or not?
How can I mute him?
The voice in your mind tells you how by pressing certain buttons.
Aha. Alright. We heard from prisoners. Are we still planning to release them?
Yes, says Aramita, aka Petronini.
Well, they seem to mostly hate each other first.
Aye.
And I mean,
could
this
also be lying.
Neptulon guy can't be that bad if all you sailor folks talk about him.
Well, when you say that you're going to drown someone, you say like, I'm gonna send him to the Neptulon's locker. So I don't know how good that is.
Why would like a water guy have a locker?
Because of some myth or story. I don't know.
Okay.
Or you say like by Neptulon. If I don't know. When
I
something
mean,
is.
people say by the light, and the light is a good thing.
Meanwhile, Anastasia sits in your throne. Victrix tries to get her off. Nothing happens like mechanically.
Yeah. Alright. If we are going to release them, I would first like to have a word in private with one of the dragons. Or all of the dragons.
Fine, says Petronimi.
Just you?
By the way, how many of you here are dragons? Anyway?
Just the two of us.
Really?
I think.
Oh.
I think, says Petronimi. Suddenly looks slightly unsure.
Alright.
Well, glad we're not in a timeline where everyone is a dragon.
That would be absurd, says Petronimi.
I would like being a dragon.
Not quite
That
as
sounds cool.
not quite as absurd as the next timeline we had in mind, says Ronick. But yes, the two of them look around like, do we stay and does everyone else leave? Zhaoqi is busy sketching the area. Hekala just also looks stunned. We'll follow Benjamin's lead. Victrix and Anastasia, again, Anastasia is sitting on the throne and Victrix is trying to get her off.
Yeah, I guess we'll find another room.
Why another one, says Petronimi. The thing we want you to do is right here, isn't it?
Oh, but I want to speak in private with one of the dragons. Didn't I just say that?
Chronic sighs and says, all right, we can leave." And like steers Petronimi outside and invites you to follow.
All right.
The Iron Dwarves will also follow you, Bladebeard.
He'll tell them to stay.
And they will. Do we, above board, I'm assuming we follow Bladebeard rather than Benjamin and Morg? What do you say? Like, is there anything that Benjamin and Morg want to do?
He'll try to, like, stay far enough for them not to notice, but maybe hear a thing or two.
Since this is a player and player thing, like Benjamin and Bladebeard, we can have, like, you guys can say, oh, does Bladebeard notice Benjamin, or we can leave it up to the dice. It's pretty much up to you guys.
Bladebeard would like to try to notice Benjamin.
Okay. Do we leave this up to the dice, or Thompshire, do you like want Bladebeard to notice you?
No, we'll fight for it.
Okay, then Benjamin sneaky versus Bladebeard's careful, I guess. Benjamin wins, unless you guys want to spend fate points.
No.
Okay. Benjamin, you are thus able to hear that side of the conversation. Just for curiosity's sake, I'll roll Chronic to see if he spots Benjamin. Either way, even if he spots Benjamin, he will not tattle. He does, but he does not tattle. He doesn't really care. Well, he might, depending on what Bladebeard has to say, I guess. Okay. Anything from Morg before we head to Bladebeard's convo?
No.
Okay. Bladebeard, I imagine you, Chronic, and Petronimi exit to the corridor, main corridor. Maybe go a bit of a slight distance, and yeah, you have, to the best of your knowledge, some privacy.
All right. What did you want to say?
What? Says Petra.
Oh yeah, I'm the one that wanted to say something. Earlier when we were talking about these elementals, I asked this idiot criminal guy, Benjamin Aaran, maybe you remember him, to like cast a spell on them, but he's an idiot, so he forgot the spell that can like control stuff.
I don't follow, says Petronimi. Chronic says, what? Let's just hear him out.
I would like to learn that spell, so I can control the elementals. so they don't go killing people.
Above board, like honestly, above board, I'm not super sure what you're referring to.
I think he wants to learn the
the-
spell.
It's the binding thing.
Yeah,
Oh, the one
Benjamin
that
on Lyri.
Benjamin cast on Lyri.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, I was mildly confused. I think Petronimi will also be confused. She says, I'm not sure what I know what you're talking about. And Chronic will say, I'm not sure either, but okay, you want a spell to control the elementals. Your best bet would be to extract some kind of guarantee from them now. I'll be completely honest with you. There's a bit of a difference in power scaling, for lack of a better term, between you and those elementals.
What do you mean? I'm pretty strong.
Strong enough to avoid getting picked off from your ship and taken to a strange tower, says Petronimi.
Are you referencing something that happened before? Because I don't remember.
The time when Hazu, took you to visit him and all that?
Oh yeah, that did happen.
Chronic says, regardless. Then he pauses and thinks for a bit. What if I told you in 10 years you will have enough power to bend them to your will entirely?
I don't have 10 years. I need to control them now. My crew is underwater.
I can promise you they will not go on some kind of apocalyptic wave of destruction, no pun intended, in those 10 years. Well, other than against each other.
I would still like to try to learn that spell.
Petronimi says, what spell did you witness? Because if you're referring to one in particular, I'm not sure.
He'll use the... Wait, what did I call it? Gusvina's crystal ball to show the book and Benjamin casting the spell.
They look at it, and Petronimi seems shocked and mutters, How did mortals gain access to something so powerful? And Chronic says, well, I guess good old Malagos was more negligent than we thought. Clearly, says Petronimi. Chronic will say, or do you want better, maybe?
Oh, I like better.
After this whole Ilalai venture, how about I get that whole book for you, and thus you'll have access to all of the spells inside. But only after this whole Ilalai adventure.
Why after?
There are certain events that cannot be set in motion if you have it. Petronimi looks confused, but says, this whole Ilalai thing should only take you maybe a few days at most. It shouldn't be too long of a wait.
But sure. But the elementals,
they will not destroy Azeroth in a couple of days.
How do I know you're not lying? In few days you might disappear and never get me the book.
Well, with that, he points at your bag that's still slightly glowing. You should be able to tell whenever people like us are nearby and, well, how to properly deal with us for disrespecting the terms of our agreement, says Chronic. Chronic says, do you remember that what I am promising is not just that one dominant spell that you're thinking of, but all of the spells in the Tome of Argalaeus?
I don't care about all the spells. I know only that one, and I want that one.
And all the other ones are much, much more potent. I can promise that.
I don't know. I already know like 3 spells. I just need a 4th one and then I'm done.
Maybe can I get a clever from you to see if you realize something? Nope.
-2.
Can I get Benjamin's clever? Because maybe he'll realize it because he's listening. Nope.
0.
Okay, let's move
What's
on.
this about?
To realize something about the deal they're offering, and that's all I will say.
Okay.
Wait. Are you afraid I'm going to use that spell on you?
Who wouldn't be?
I'm not, I promise.
Regardless, as I mentioned, it's best that you do not have it when you venture to where you're going, for the proper events to take place.
What are you talking about?
It's
It's like you've seen the future.
yes, that would be quite something, wouldn't it? Should we just restart
Alright.
it? Should we just restart this timeline, Father? Says Petronimi. Ronnie says, I don't think we can, even if we wanted to.
Alright, you left me no choice. Please, pretty please.
Again, I'm more than willing to get it after the adventure, and trust me that it will be worth it.
But what? Why can Benjamin have it and I don't?
Well, Benjamin didn't exactly keep it, did he?
Yeah, because he's dumb.
Well, that's his fault, not yours, I guess.
Fine. Sure. I'll just let the elementals go.
Again, I will promise to retrieve it for you. You have my word on that. Petronimi looks at Chronic like, are we sure about this? But says nothing.
And why do you think your word is worth anything to me? Didn't you like lie before?
In what way did I lie? I hid my identity, that is it.
Exactly, you look like a dwarf, but you're not.
Certain sacrifices to truth had to be made for the greater good. I'm perfectly comfortable, though, with handing over that old spellbook to you.
Well, finally someone with some sense. Those Kirin Tor guys wouldn't let me keep anything.
That all the more fault to them.
Yes, they'll keep all the cool stuff for them. Like there's this like green orb that can summon like trolls and human soldiers. They're just keeping it. It's gathering dust somewhere.
Petronimi looks like she's about to say something, and Chronic puts his hand on her mouth to shut her up before she says anything. A tragedy, isn't it? He says.
Exactly.
Stares awkwardly.
So, is that all you want to talk about?
Petronimi looks like she's about to say something. Chronic stops her again, says, "Yes, we should get going, I think. Thank you for the talk."
You're welcome. If you ever want to talk about anything else, all you need to do is ask.
We know where to find you.
Alright.
I'm presuming you guys return to the main chamber?
Yeah.
I'm guessing Benjamin returns first to avoid it being spotted and all that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The group returns to the main chamber. Morg, were you up to anything in particular?
Nope. He was just kind of just standing around, thinking to himself, not really doing too much.
Anastasia would have invited you to sit on the throne because it seems that you're the only one big enough to fit in it, but Victrix would discourage you not to.
Sit on the throne. Wait.
Well, because
It's a trap.
well, you're the only one big enough to fit it, so it must have been made for you. That makes no sense, says Victrix. No one even knew he'd be here. But we know he's here. That's not what... just get off already, and you please don't sit in it. We don't know what it will do.
Morg would move to sit in it.
Oh, no, please. Oh, God, like, damn it. And Anastasia would say, wait for me to get off. And she jumps off before you can sit in it. Do you sit in it?
Morg sits in it after she is off of it. He's not gonna squish any.
You sit in it, and the sort of computer voice says, detecting foe corruption. Activating self-defense protocols in 5 minutes.
I'm gonna get off the throne now.
For anyone who's capable of reading, a timer has appeared on the console screen thingy.
Is anyone back, or is just Morg there?
Actually, yeah, none of you except Victrix can read, I guess. She points at the console. Stop that. Well, get the dwarf to stop it, or you two. She yells at the iron doors. Stop this. They do nothing. Just stare at her. We maybe we need to get. Where's the damn dwarf? Anyone? And Anastasia says, go ahead.
Let me try shouting for Bladebeard. That tends to work really well. I've got a loud voice. Bladebeard, get over here.
Anastasia.
Or hopefully he heard.
Bladebeard, I think, and Benjamin would hear that. Meanwhile, Anastasia says, I know how to fix this, and marches forward to randomly press buttons on the console, unless she's stopped.
I guess Morg doesn't stop.
Yeah, Benjamin and Bladebeard, feel free to come on the scene whenever you want.
Did someone call me?
Yeah, I sat in the chair and it wants to kill us.
Anastasia says, I will stop it. I know how to do so. And she approaches the console.
Alright, she has that handled.
Bladebeard, do you really trust her to handle this?
Can Victrix says, can somebody Anastasia, can you please not don't be such a worrywart, Victrix. I know what I'm doing.
Bladebeard, can't you like send a mind beam or something to shut it off?
Okay,
Bladebeard?
Is DoomGoblin with us? Oh,
He's typing in chat.
Oh no.
Said give me a minute.
Okay. Then meanwhile, while we wait for DoomGoblin, sorry, Zelryn, are you with us?
Yeah.
What's Lyri been up to?
Flying, I guess? I don't know.
I suppose so. Anything going on through her mind as to all the shit that's been happening?
How long has it been?
Like half an hour. Since you left, I mean.
Yeah. Do I see the dragons doing anything, or am I too far away to see them?
If you have been like heading away, like sort of in a straight line, I think the islands would be out of sight at this point. You would notice that nobody's coming after you, as in your friends are also not coming after you.
Yeah. Lyri was kind of expecting that, maybe she'd get a sending spell from Benjamin or something. But
You will recall that Benjamin used his sending spell last session.
Did Lyri see that? Was that
Yeah, you were actually grumbling about it, like fucking Benjamin's busy talking with his dad, if I recall correctly.
Oh yeah, I was stressing about it. He was talking to his dad. Yeah. Okay. No, I guess she's just heading forward then. I don't know.
Sure, sure.
Takes too long to go, and the island's too far away to do anything. Is
Sure.
there any like? Is there any like thing in the water, like any debris or anything I can kind of stand on and not fly forward, or?
Give me a careful, please.
Okay. -3.
Okay, let me... I'm gonna roll some dice.
Uh-oh.
What's that supposed to be? Okay. Yeah, you spot what appears to be a ship down there.
Do I see anyone on it, or is it just empty?
It appears to be sporting an alliance flag.
Probably not the best thing to land on, but Lyri will, I guess, hover down closer to it and shout just to say, let's see what they're doing. Just to, I guess, get their attention at first to see, you know.
May I get your flashy, please?
Okay. -3.
I believe that is an answer in and of itself. As they all appear, it's probably the voice drowning, not the voice, the wind drowning out your voice. But they all appear to be busy with ship operations at the moment. And yeah, how best to describe it? You spot sort of a mixed race crew. Like you see humans, you see dwarves, you see night elves. Not much more I can tell you without you taking a closer look, if that makes sense.
I will. Yeah, I will just I guess the crow's nest is occupied, right?
Oddly enough, no.
I guess I will land on the crow's nest and kind of people watch to see what's going on. With my hover disc in one hand.
And this is a result of your poor careful roll. But when you land, you hear a "Ow! Hello."
It's alive? It's a talking ship?
When the ground beneath your feet begins to move.
The ship?
Not the ship.
Moving?
Not the ship. The thing you landed on.
What? So it wasn't a ship at all. It was a fake.
No, the ship is there. The thing you landed on is not a ship, is what I mean. Well, I mean the part of the thing that you landed on is not part of the ship. Does that make sense?
What the hell is going on here? Okay, it's strange. The crow's nest was a turtle?
Yeah, it's this thing.
Oh no! Oh fuck no!
Thompshire was closer than he imagined as he says, "Hello."
Hi.
I don't remember you from the passenger list.
What's your name?
Setem.
Oh, thank God.
No, it's not. Whatchamacallit? Hearttip. That, yeah, I'm fucking up on my names. Yeah.
Oh no.
It is
Oh,
not.
No.
It's not. I mean, that's what I said. It
Oh,
is
thank
not.
God. Phew. I was like, thank God it's not him, and then he said, you meant Hearttip. I was like, what the fuck? No.
Sorry. Setem is another NPC. I'm sorry. This guy's name is actually Mishu.
Mishu.
He introduces himself as Mishu and says, "Who are you here Why are you here? Oh, are you here to relieve me of my duty?
Yes.
Excellent. Are you... I'm gonna roll this careful. Blinks one eye, opens it, blinks the other eye, opens it. No, that would be too much of a coincidence. Okay, I'm going down to rejoin the crew. Climbs down. If you have any issues, just call for me.
I guess I can just wait it out here on this boat.
Did Lyri just commandeer a ship just like that?
A crow's nest, not necessarily a ship.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, but I have the highest ground in all of the ship, so therefore it's already under my control.
Quite. Welcome back, DoomGoblin. Lyri has just boarded a ship that has a tortolan at the crow's nest. Don't know if you can hear us, DoomGoblin.
Oh, I'm back.
Welcome back. I don't know if
I'm
you heard
back.
what I said.
No.
Lyri has just boarded a
Some-
ship that has as the person the crow's nest, the lookout, a tortolan.
Cool.
And Lyri, you hang out in the crow's nest. What do you do in the meanwhile?
I will, I guess. I will kind of. Lyri wants to people watch, but at the same time, because of the I guess the encroaching threat of the horde, I guess Lyri will try to what's the word, like meditate or something. It's a very odd thing for her to do, but I guess try and understand the void within herself more, just in case it tries to take over in a moment of weakness.
May I get a clever from you?
Okay. Sorry.
If obviously, if you have any particular questions for me, the DM, regarding the matter, I will answer them. But in general, you recall how when you were in the Chamber of Air in front of the Council of Six and like you immediately took off the crown, you almost immediately lost control because of the immense energies that you took in when you beat the fountain void thingy and all that. And you, I imagine, would ponder on that a bit more, how to not so easily lose control of yourself and be perhaps a bit less dependent on the crown. And you managed to do so. You reinforce your strategies for your own survival, for lack of a better term. And you think that in the future, if you take your crown off, you will not be immediately overwhelmed. You do get the inkling that it's still
It'll
something
go back to being a struggle, like a role fight, I guess.
more that too, but more like you need to spend more time on this in order to properly to like have to deal with this less, if that makes sense. And
Yeah.
as you continue your meditation, you oddly, this is weird, you feel a surge of power within you. The crown is able to keep it under control, of course, but you also get this inkling, this bizarre inkling that this will sound weird, that you are home.
I'm a pirate?
You get this, again, this feeling within you, and again, this weird surge of power. That's what you sort of feel on the inside. Do you try to look around? Do you try to figure out what the hell is going on?
I guess I'll look around, but I won't be kind of I'll leisurely look around, I guess.
Hmm?
Because so far, taking my time has given me this great boon.
May I get a careful from you?
A 1.
You look around and you hear voices from the deck below, and you begin to. You hear. Oh no, this is slightly alarming. You hear the crew chant, "We pray to you, O beacon, and offer you this sacrifice." And the Tortolon you've met before. And the Tortolon you met before says, "Yes, I am the chosen sacrifice."
I thought he wasn't hot tap, but now he's just another freaky beacon worshipper.
Oh, he's about to be dead, to be fair.
I guess I blink in confusion. Are there any other dead bodies around?
No, but as you look down, you see the crew arranged in a sort of circle with various ritual elements placed on certain, not edges, but certain points. And you see the Tortolan that you met strapped down, face up, staring sort of at the sky, and with a very ecstatic expression on his face as another crew member readies a menacing-looking knife.
Are they all on the deck?
As far as you can see.
And from what I can tell on this ship, there's like still goods here. It wasn't like just a random ship. It was like...
Give me a careful.
Okay.
I offered you very little information because you failed and you
0.
rolled quite poorly in your carefuls before. For 0,
Yeah.
you're not able to ascertain too much, but you do realize, or like think, wait, they were heading in the same direction I was, like towards the hurricane.
I will attempt to sneak into the ship and look for clues. I'll kind of hop on my little hoverboard and try and somehow, I guess, stealthily find a point of entry to the ship. Do they have like the cannon hole things in the side opened up?
I'll roll dice.
Okay.
That's a poor roll. The only entrance that you see into the ship is via the sort of main stairway.
Yeah, on the deck. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll just try to I'll grab my disc and I'll try to, I guess, drop down from my disc.
Above board, when you don't use it, the disc vanishes. It's like a summonable mount in World of Warcraft. So you don't have to worry about it. Okay. Yeah, give me a sneaky pre, please. Yeah, you're able to go by undetected as the crew's chants begin growing in intensity, and slightly disturbingly, you realize they're not chanting in like common or any language Lyri would know, but you understand their chants. And they keep calling for beacon, beacon, oh come to us, oh guide us. And they mutter something about being there in your hour of need, or well, the beacon's hour of need.
I see. It's again ominous, but it's fine. I'm gonna inspect what's in the hull of the ship to see if there's anything interesting.
Mishu, the Tortolon, yells out, hey friend, he yells at the crow's nest. Feel free to join us, we don't want you missing out. Sort of drowned out by the others though. Do you
He still thinks I'm up there?
I mean, that's where he left you.
Yes. I'm not gonna join his freaky cult cycle.
Understandable.
I'm gonna see what's up around here first.
You, I presume, head below deck. Give me a careful to see like what you find.
A 2.
Decent enough roll. You find what's more or less standard on a sort of cargo ship, like trade ship. However, you begin to notice that for a trade ship, this thing isn't really carrying much in way of supplies or like stuff to sell. Almost like they always intended to go on a one-way journey.
I see. So the supplies were actually the people they're going to sacrifice.
More like they have enough supplies for the trip there, but not for the trip back, wherever back may be.
Mm-hmm. I see. Also, it looks like he's sitting on the throne. It's a displacement.
Yeah, I guess so. And you again, the uncomfortable sensation of being home or with it or among friends increases as you hear a gurgle of pain from upstairs and the crew's chants crescendo, for lack of a better term.
Can I explore what the inner void, I guess, feels about this, for lack of a better word?
Give me a careful though with the caveat. You will know this caveat that if you roll poorly, bad stuff may happen.
One?
It's ecstatic, obviously, at the surge of power and of worshippers. It gets this eager feeling that it really wants to devour them all. But also it gets the feeling that maybe better not to, because maybe they will be needed where we are going.
I see. I guess Lyri ponders what to do. She thinks about potentially killing all the crewmen, but there's also the chance that killing them still serves as a sacrifice and will still ease the void, and that's probably not good.
Can I get a clever from you?
Okay. She also thinks maybe she could sink the ship and that wouldn't count, but maybe it would as well. A 5.
You get the feeling that if you announce to everyone, hey everyone, I'm the beacon, they would eagerly offer their lives for you. Like it wouldn't even be a struggle to kill them.
So, oh God, how do I do this? They have a knife, they have a boat. I can't kill them because if I do, it'll probably power up the void.
I guess there's one more hint that I ought to give you. It's for the 2 careful that you rolled previously. You do find a paper that appears to be a list, like a whatchamacallit.
Oh, the one the turtle was talking about?
I don't believe the turtle mentioned any papers. I'll be honest.
He mentioned a list, I think, but...
Oh no, he yeah, he did. He mentioned the crew manifest. You find something about a crew that resembles, as in it has names, but it also has dates on it. It doesn't quite look like a crew manifest, and it seems like there's too few people on it. Feel free to give me a clever to interpret what this means.
4.
Yeah, as you determine and as you ponder it and notice perhaps some scribbling on the side, this is a scheduling list for the sacrifices that the crew will make. Like, on this day we'll sacrifice this person and such, and they all stop after, like, one day after this one, and where it just says, afterwards we wait. We cannot perform more while we're there.
I see. Wait, do I have my sending spell still?
Nope, because you used it to panic call
Oh, I
Zarnef.
did, didn't I? Yeah. God, this would be a really handy time to have someone responsible give me some advice. Okay, Lyri ponders. Destroy the ship or kill everyone. Destroy the ship or kill everyone. I could take away the knife, but they'd still, like, strangle people. And if I cut off their hands, they would find another way. They'd jump off the boat or something, I don't know. Or just drown themselves.
Can I get a clever to see if you ascertain something?
Not so good.
Not so good, unless of course you want to spend fate points.
No.
Sure.
I guess I go out of the lower decks. Then.
You come out of the lower decks, and all of the crew is stuck in various almost orgiastic positions, not in an erotic way, but in a I'm so overwhelmed way, as they're all either kneeling in supplication or just raising their hands in just pure joy, or just various other very disturbing gestures as the black blood of the Tortolan seeps below deck. They
It's
don't...
gross.
Yeah, very much. They do not notice you. Though they're all like chanting and moaning and being all sorts of weird.
They want to get to the island. So something... It might be bad to let them get there. Okay. Above board, guys, do I kill them? I really want to kill them. I don't care how many there are. Do it. You're not the responsible one. Responsible people, give me some ideas. Is killing them a bad idea?
I'll refrain from commenting.
If you refrain from commenting, you cannot judge me if it turns out to be bad.
I mean, if you die, you die.
I guess, yeah. I suppose I will, Essentially, fuck it. I'm gonna go up to them and ask them a question. I'm gonna choose the diplomatic option.
Sure. Are you trying to head for like the most important looking one or just a random one?
I guess whoever's holding the knife, because they're probably of some importance.
Sure. They have dropped it in their just state of bliss as they're like staring at the sky and moaning in rapture.
What's the plan here?
We head to the sunken city and we wait for the arrival of the beacon.
And what afterwards?
We serve her, as is foretold.
Like his servants?
As whatever she needs.
What's the point of the sacrifices then?
To gather power. We will not be able to perform more there. We cannot kill anyone there. It's far too... We cannot unleash what is there. Death feeds what is there. So we have to sacrifice here.
So death in the sunken city powers something. So therefore...
Yes.
You perform the sacrifices out here in the ocean.
And only the beacon and her companions can stop it.
Does the sacrifice power the beacon?
Above board, you sort of already know the answer to that question because you do feel more powerful, but in character, he will say, we hope so at least.
Is there a limit to how powerful this beacon can get from the sacrifices? Will it help fighting the monster thing? Whatever is powering up? I don't know.
Only in regarding how many of us there are.
So what, the more alive, the weaker the beacon is?
As in, we can only sacrifice as many people as we have.
And are you the only beacon worshippers, or are there other sects?
No, of course not. Of course not. Hartep has been preaching his message for decades now. Centuries, perhaps. Old Mishu here was his younger brother, of course.
I see. Lyri blinks a couple times.
Do you want to hold the knife next? I'm sorry, I don't think we've been introduced properly.
Are you doing another sacrifice today, or?
The crew listing said no. And he will say, no, tomorrow. It will be the last and grandest one before we reach the sunken city.
Is there any particular reason that you do them, like, one after the other, not on the same time?
Well, we need the manpower to make the ship go, but we also... We cannot forget our duty, so we have to sacrifice on the way.
I see.
Yes, it's glorious, is it not? Although he has not been looking at you, he's just been staring in rapture at the sky. It's night out, by the way.
Okay. Are you not afraid of the horde ships that are coming?
If anyone tries to interrupt our journey and our service to the beacon, we will deal with them, of course.
You guys don't seem like you could take on the might of the horde. Do you have, like, any other friends to help you, or is it just you, like, this?
Just our faith. And it is more than enough.
So your faith can sink ships, or?
Our faith is enough. He says not with certainty, but more like, well, yeah, of course it is. As in, it's not like, oh, I have a secret weapon, but more like, well, duh, yeah, our faith is enough.
They must have a secret weapon. So... And you think you'll be able to get to the place by tomorrow?
Well, he points, like shakily, he tries to move his hand, but he kind of can't, and he flops it down, so he sort of points with his nose at the oncoming hurricane you guys are approaching. The spell of the Mad Witch will make sure we arrive there soon enough regardless.
I see, and so this ship is slower than my disc, right?
Oh, way slower.
Is it exhausting to fly on the disc? Do my legs hurt after a while? Or?
You, as sort of established last time, you can sit in whatever position you'd like on the disc, like stand, sit, whatever. It's exhausting only in terms of you have to keep awake in order to drive it.
And it's night.
It is night.
And when did we last sleep in character?
Last night?
So it's been almost.
Well,
a day.
actually, Lyri, last night. It will be last night because I mixed together the days, but it's last night. I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, it's fine. Okay. I guess Lyri will drop her disguise.
Can I get a flashy from you?
Sure. One.
The guy you have been addressing shakily turns to you, mouth agape, and drops to his knees and furiously attempts to kiss your feet.
I kind of cringe a bit, but I let this happen.
And the others on the ship slowly begin to continuously moaning, the beacon, the beacon, the beacon, as they all crawl supplicating towards you, even through Mishu's like innards and such.
Yes. It's late, so could I perhaps, as your beacon, stay the night here? And my friends also, should they turn up eventually, may they also stay the night on this lovely vessel? We'd really appreciate the use of your facilities here, I guess.
They all, not at the same time, but all of them pretty much say yes or some other variation of yes, and then resume what's the word, like kowtowing before you.
Awesome.
Quite.
Great, thanks. What?
I just said quite in reply to your awesome.
Well. I'll be heading to bed now.
Would you like a taste? Says someone digging for Mishu's heart. I'll get it there in a minute. Oh, he like hurt himself on a rib.
Yeah, you preoccupy yourself with that. I'm going to head up to the crow's nest and take a nap. Bye. Lyri will hop on the hover disc and go up to the crow's nest and kind of put her feet up and try and fall asleep.
Sure, can I get a careful to see how easily you extricate yourself from the worshippers?
Sure. -4.
Sorry, did I say careful? I meant forceful. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, that would have been a critical failure if you meant -1.
It takes you more than a minute, but you are able to. The guy eventually manages to retrieve Mishu's heart and offers it to you. I'm guessing you refuse.
Yes, I politely refuse.
No, he bites it instead. No sense in wasting and such. And otherwise, they continue chanting throughout the night. It will be hard to get some sleep with all the religious chanting, for lack of a better term.
Do we still have the earplugs? Or are they taken from us?
Earplugs? No, earplugs. The
Yeah,
things you got in
from,
jail. Yeah, nobody would have taken them from you.
Okay, put them in.
Yeah, and they insulate sound quite well. It's kind of funny
Awesome.
too. Kind of odd to imagine an elf with earplugs, but yeah, I guess it works.
Yeah, I mean... Awesome time for a good night's rest, I suppose. Mission accomplished.
Suppose so. Anything else from Lyri before we return to the scene in the Titan complex?
Nope.
All right. Meanwhile, Bladebeard, Morg, and Benjamin. Well, Bladebeard and Benjamin come back on into the room just as Anastasia says, "Yeah, no worries. I totally have this in regards to deactivating the security system." Are you guys with us?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Benjamin was saying something like, Bladebeard, can't you beam some orders for the machine to shut down or something?
Huh? Why?
I don't know, there's an ominous counter on it.
I'll have it down in no time, says Anastasia.
Oh, she has it handled.
She does not play
No, you should do it. It listens to you. It's like your baby.
Babies don't listen to people.
10
They
seconds
can't
on.
even
10
talk.
seconds until I roll some dice.
Can you just do it?
All right, machine, stop.
Yeah, and the machine powers down. Can I get, I guess, a flashy from you to see if Anastasia's convinced?
From who?
I guess you.
Oof.
All right, this should do
-1.
it. This should do it, Anastasia says as she, almost in slow motion, reaches her hands to press some buttons. Last chance to potentially stop her. Going once.
Nope.
Going twice. Okay. Okay.
Oh, that's bad.
It's on the bad side, but yeah, she presses some buttons and the machine rumbles and the very ground beneath all of you rumbles, and Petronini looks at you and says, "Are you how you really are not good at recruiting companions, you know that?"
Is this crack?
She
No, it's anyway.
She says, "No, it's me," says Anastasia. I think I've
Someone
done
has
it.
crack.
I think I've done it, she says. As, yeah, the machines... Not the machines. But yeah, the machine... Various machines, begin activating within the control room, and various sort of mechanical arms reach out, and from the walls, and all head towards Bladebeard.
Stop.
They stop.
Oh. Go back from whence you came.
They do so.
See, I told you
What
that
was-
you're its father.
And an alcove opens up in the wall and says, for manual modification, please step here, Pride Designate.
What does that mean?
I have no idea.
Above board. And the voice in your mind will convey this to you, but I, the DM, also convey this to DoomGoblin. This is your chance if at any point, DoomGoblin, you want Captain Bladebeard to have, like, say, a mechanical arm or something.
Oh. This is a... Yeah, I get it.
The voice in Bladebeard's mind will also convey it in terms that Bladebeard would understand, if that makes sense.
Is Bladebeard considering mecha penis?
You beat me to it, but no. I was just going to, like, in character ask about that, but he isn't, like, seriously considering that. Well, is my character that obvious?
I mean, can the machine even do that, since iron dwarves probably don't have them, question mark?
Do you want to try?
I don't.
I'm not necessarily asking Benjamin if you know what I mean.
Bladebeard will ask, like, can only I be modified, or anyone?
The machine can return. It seems to perform a scan of the room, and a light illuminates on Benjamin and says, "This subject to their previous natural state."
Is he-
Pass?
What does lateral mean? Like a ladder?
above board, the dwarf and humans are not in the room, or?
You mean... Oh, the other expedition members? No, they're outside.
Oh, alright.
Just Amo and Ermita are here, and they're not exactly,
Yeah. So I guess me and Benjamin can get...
My Hekala pipes up and says, "My beloved is perfect the way he is."
Anyway, I was kind of interested. Maybe, like, replacing one pinky or something would be fun. Or maybe not. Or what if I replace my eyes? And then I can, like, or maybe one eye, and I can, like...
That sounds painful.
Is it painful?
There is no, as the mortals deem it, anesthetic, says the voice in your mind.
No what?
No pain mitigation.
So there is pain.
Yes.
Well, maybe I should get a new tongue. Maybe later. I don't know. If Kirin doesn't, like, destroy this place, maybe I should, like, experiment. Can the things that are turned into metal be returned to fleshy form?
The voice in your mind, once this appears like it's saying something, then almost stops itself, and Drinme, the one on the left, the Iron Dwarf on the left, his left eye explodes.
Oh, well, maybe I shouldn't replace my eyes if they're gonna do something like that.
Yeah. Seems like a bad idea.
Can,
All right, are we
can I press
releasing the?
Can I press some more? Asks Anastasia, ready to press more buttons.
One more.
Okay. She eagerly does so while Victrix says, "No, wait, damn it."
No?
Like a good outcome. Yeah. Another alcove opens up that is filled with a metallic chest filled with gemstones.
Uh-huh.
Those
That's a
are
good
mine.
button.
Those are mine, says Victrix. My sister found them, and Victrix jumps to take some.
Hey, I opened the door.
No, my sister did. Victrix jumps to retrieve
No,
some.
I opened the door to the whole thing.
And my
Yeah,
sister.
didn't we agree to, divide up the spoils?
That was another timeline. Above board.
Yar. I mean, our treasurer is gone, so, I think me as captain, I can deviate up,
You're not currently the captain. Currently, you're a prisoner.
Huh? What do you mean, prisoner?
You're a prisoner of Tor,
Meanwhile,
who's
but
being
I'm also a
forced to go to this mission.
But before that, I was a captain.
Victrix does rush ahead to take as many of the jewels as she can, and she says, "Anastasia, come here and help me carry them."
What if those are cursed and you'll become a robot? Is that how you two became robots?
Negative, Prime Designate.
How did you become robots? Were you born this way?
We are made this way as instructed by Furnace Master Ignis, Prime Designate.
Ignis.
Get another bag, Anastasia. Come on.
Wait, who did you say made you?
Furnace Master Ignis,
Good
Prime
take.
Designate.
Wait, I think that's one of the titles that the Paladin one has. Anastasia.
What?
Do you have like Master of Sword of Ignis or something?
Let me find the document where I've written all of Anastasia's things. Give me a second.
I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
I think she does, yeah. Is it like her sword from a
What
drop
the
from
hell
that
is wrong
dress or
with you?
something?
I actually believe so, yeah. Give me a second, please.
Shut talking again.
Hello?
Why do you sound like that?
What do you mean?
You've got
Master of the Blade of Ignis.
Okay, yeah. So your question was, yeah. And she says, "Well, of course, I'm the Lioness of House Dawnguard, Justicar of the Argent Crusade, apprentice to Kalgos the Spellweaver, Vindicator of Ice Crown, Paladin Stewardess of Magic. Just shut up and hold that bag," says Victrix.
You're taking all the jewels while we were arguing, and you were thinking about robot curse. So, I think deeping up is a good plan.
Alright,
Damn, I guess they're dead.
Yeah, the voice in Bladebeard's mind does say, "She is indeed holding the Blade of Ignis."
it's all connected, man. I tell ya.
Quite.
Alright, so do any other buttons open rooms with gems?
Negative, Prime Designate. Though we do have, what's the word? Supplies ready for mortals.
Supplies.
Food, equipment.
That's
Where
good,
do
I
you guys
guess.
get food here?
Mir will say, mushrooms grow inside caverns, mortal.
Blech.
Mushrooms. I mean, what kind of mushrooms? They're the kind I like.
He spouts out a name in Latin, above board Latin,
Latin.
species names and all that I, the DM, do not know because I'm not by any means a biologist, so I don't know any names of like edible mushrooms and such.
Are those what's the word? Like the ones that you take and you like start to imagine stuff?
Negative prime designate. They are perfectly edible and have no side effects.
And then we're not interested. What about drinks? Do you have any booze?
Water prime designate. And cleaning oil.
Water. Do we look like animals to you?
And cleaning
All
oil
right.
prime designate.
Cleaning oil? Oh, is it flammable?
Yes, prime designate.
I'll have a bottle of that.
Get me your other bag, Victrix. Not Victrix, Anastasia. I need this. I need this for my food. We'll buy plenty of food. Give me that. What was your question, DoomGoblin? I'm sorry.
I would like a bottle of very flammable oil.
We can procure a canister for your prime designate. We do not have
All right.
bottles, as you term them.
All right. I'll just put it in my closet bag.
They provide you with a container, a canister of, as they say, cleaning oil that's about the size of your hands combined.
All right.
Your big dwarfy hands and all that. Yeah.
About what I imagined. All right. I put it in the closet bag.
You do? If anyone's paying attention, Victrix is teleporting away the bags of goodies that she has pilfered.
All right.
And go ahead.
I was gonna ask, like, should we release them at the same time and watch them fight, or one after the other?
Maybe we should release the water guy first, since he wants to go somewhere, and then the rock guy, since he wants to stay here.
A smart comment finally, says Petronimi. Chronic bumps her with his what's the word? Ugh, I'm sorry. Like basically tells her to shut up.
Yeah, even broken hourglass is right twice a day. Anyway. All right, so what did you say? Water one first.
Let me think of how sort of generous Chronic is feeling. I actually roll dice. Yeah, okay, he's feeling generous. He says, before you release them, maybe you want to ask for their help first. I mean, outside, if you remember, you are facing some horde ships, including, the maiden warlord of the Dragonmaw clan.
But we have dragons.
Yes, and they have a way to enslave those dragons. Petroni says, wait, what? Don't worry your head about it. But does that mean that Kyrie? Don't worry your head about it.
Weren't you gonna reverse the timeline business?
Above board. This is entirely above board, and I would also like Zelryn's input here as well, because this will be a choice that is not only addressed to the characters, as in Benjamin, Bladebeard, etc., but also to the players. We can reverse time and have things go the way they were, or we can stay in this alternate timeline where you have Kalgos on site, but also you have to fight apparently Warlord Zayla that's outside, but that does mean, yeah, you can kill Warlord Zayla right now and change quite a few of future events. But
I'd say go back because I don't want to be yanked by the Horde. Do I retain my? Do we retain any knowledge, or is it complete reset? Or do we not know?
You do not know. This for this choice specifically, I'm mostly referring to the world in general. So we can go to the world, back to the world as we used to know it, or we can continue in this old timeline where the Horde is aggressively looking for you, but you have Kalagos on side, and the chance to kill Warlord Zayla, which again will change quite a few things.
I'm gonna say change back to the original timeline. Runeweaver's probably a better person to have, I think, because he's actually interested. And Kalagos is kind of...
Well, I'm more worried about Warlord Zayla just absolutely demolishing us.
Yeah.
I will say, strictly regarding, is it better to have Kalagos or Runeweaver when we go to Ilalai? I designed it so that, like, they're side grades of each other, and it's not that one's better than the other. If that makes sense. So yeah, let me know. Obviously, you don't have to make a decision right now, because they want to offer the opportunity to return after you release the elementals, but you can ponder the decision, so to say, right now.
I'm for going back to the OG timeline.
Same.
Me too.
But given our infinite friends, I'm sure some wacky shit will happen down the line that will give us a similar choice.
Khono, what do you think?
I think we should return to the original timeline. Yeah.
You're the time expert now.
Oh, yeah.
I'm the time expert. Oh, yeah, I am.
You're a time god or whatever.
Yeah. Time demigod. Yeah. Definitely return to your original timeline. It gets screwy. It gets bad.
Fair enough. Alrighty. This was in context of, like Chronic said, maybe you should ask for help first because, Warlord Zayla's outside. And you said, if I remember correctly, was it Benjamin who said, didn't you say you're going to reverse time, if I remember correctly?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Chronic says, if that is your wish, yes, that's what we agreed on. Except for, of course, releasing the elemental lieutenants.
Yeah, that was the plan.
All right. Machine, free the water one.
Initiating release of Count Humidius. And as it does, the earth once again rumbles, and you hear again the wave sensation that you heard before as Count Humidius says, "Free! Finally free!" And you hear a large sound, almost as if there's a storm going outside, even though you're like in the middle of a mountain or just a large, almost typhoon wave. And Count Humidius goes to his abode, and the storm outside recedes.
We should wait a couple minutes just to be safe.
Do you see him?
You are inside, so no, you do not. And above board, he, unlike Lord Carterus, he's not as destruction happy, if that makes sense.
So, where is he?
Chronic says he should be heading to his abode, as he said.
Is he free?
You did free him?
Is he invisible? Oh, he's see-through because he's water.
He is outside and you are inside. There's, a big rock wall that you cannot see through.
But where was he then?
Sealed.
I thought he was inside and now he's outside. But we didn't see him while we were inside.
Yes, you did not. I'll let them explain. He points at the Iron Dwarves. they stare at you because they have not been ordered to explain.
Alright, so should I tell them to release the crack?
You should, yes, says Chronic.
Well, go right ahead.
Alright. Oh, great machine. Release the stony one.
Please clarify, Prime Designate.
Yeah, they're all stony ones. You might want big Bladebeard.
The rocky one?
They're all gonna run.
Please clarify, Prime Designate.
Release crack.
Releasing Crack the Terrible, Prime Designate.
Yes.
And
Terrible.
As... Can I get carefuls or forcefuls from all of you?
Careful or?
Forceful, to see if you manage to remain standing. Yeah, all of you manage to remain standing as the biggest earthquake you've ever felt just occurs. You already rolled a 6 DoomGoblin. I'm assuming you clicked twice?
No, that's Guren.
Oh, yeah, good point. Guren also remains standing. For the sake of it, I'll just say the NPCs don't. As you'll feel the biggest earthquake you've ever felt, and
Does it affect the ship?
I was about to get to that.
Okay.
As Lyri, can I get your careful?
Okay. 0.
You don't feel or hear anything as you doze off to sleep.
Makes sense. I have my AirPods in.
But on that note, I will roll some dice for your ship. The higher the number, the better. Okay, noted. Okay. Inside the control chamber, all of you hear the word "free" as the control chamber begins to cave in on itself. The facility will soon collapse, Prime Designate, as it has served its function as a prison, says Drinmi.
Are there still... Sorry, go ahead.
I recommend evacuation.
Also, this place will be destroyed?
As Crack reasserts his domain, yes, Crack the Terrible, rather.
So we won't be able to test out the machine
Oh, right.
body parts thing.
I'm an idiot. I, the DM, forgot about that. I, the DM, forgot about that. And I do want to keep that option open for you. So let me rephrase.
No, I mean, no, it's fine. If the thing is getting destroyed...
the thing just becomes a big backpack one of the Aaran dwarves can take.
Oh, no, I actually know what I'll do. In response... And, yeah, I'm a dummy because... I forgot that I planned for this, and I'm an idiot. Anyway, the Aaran dwarves say, we're able to perform modifications in the field, Prime Designate. As in, they can do it.
Cool. Coolio.
Once again, I recommend evacuation, Prime Designate, as a big rock falls next to Drinmi.
Well, yeah, that's a good idea.
Is this a good time for going back to your timeline, or shall we persist in this one? Says Chronic.
It's a good time to leave.
Yeah, we should go back from whence we came.
From whence you came. Okie dokie. So, Lyri, as you rest in your crow's nest, you feel a big rumble as you probably look up and see a gigantic wave coming the ship's way.
Oh god. I hopped my desk.
And as you hop on your disc, and as everyone escapes from the from the complex that is crumbling in on itself. Sort of as established 2 sessions ago, you all will be teleported to a small island close to the big storm that Zulgalga caused. And from there you can use Zhaoqi's flying disc to travel the remaining distance to Bladebeard's old ship. And let me put some stuff on screen. This sort of map will be our sort of operational area. I'll mention it is not to scale, and you do not have to go to all the places indicated on the map by any means. You find yourselves on a small island which can again best be described as a mountain jutting out from the sea, with a small entrance that appears to be collapsed, and a
I
dock.
hate it here.
And a dock that also appears to be in ruins. And before you will stand a certain group of individuals that I will once again put on screen. If you would just give me a second, as is tradition. How are you all feeling?
Nostalgic, even though it's only been like 2 weeks.
That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, there's a melancholy in the air.
Yeah, with
Concern.
Oh,
this-
so the dragons are gone.
They brought back Grouchy.
yeah, and you find yourselves on this island, and one of them, Ulrika, steps forward, says, "Welcome to the Antonidas Spire. We were just about to depart. She's interrupted by Anastasia, who says, "Hail, mages of the Teeironor." Before you stands, who's also interrupted by Zhaoqi, and says, "This place is a wreck." And Anastasia, I wasn't done, but Victrix stops her. And of course, instead of Caligos, you have good old Ansrum Runeweaver with you. He says, "Whoa, this place has seen better days," as all of you are hit by a sudden earthquake, and the mountain shakes as it says, "Leave."
Yes, we will live. We will live
Wait.
every day.
Bladebeard, you remember everything.
Oh, cool.
Benjamin and Moarg? Benjamin does not. Moarg, can I get a careful from you? And do let me know what you roll, because I cannot look at the screen at the moment.
I got a 2.
A 2. With that roll, you hear a chuckle from the demon within you, and he says, "Such bizarre magics the people of this world have.
True.
Do you
That
want?
is very true, demon.
Do you want to know what you missed, pathetic little ogre? I can tell you for a price."
What kind of praise?
Your body and soul, of course.
No.
Lyri, can I get a careful from you?
Okay.
You remember bits and pieces and
Can I-
flashes.
Can I do I still have that stunt actually? Let me check. Do I still have the crown stunt?
What does it do? Once per session, using the crown can safely bolster herself with void energy. You have that.
Is above board. Would the crown maybe, because I have this kind of voidy thing, I have void in me, maybe
It would.
that could help me retain some memories?
It would. And above, well, it's a very simple answer, because above board, if you were not wearing the crown, yeah, you would have remembered everything, but the crown is stopping the void from whispering to you. So with the crown, like with the stunt rather, you selectively allow the crown to maintain just your memories, obviously more so above board than in character, which means that you also remember everything.
Good, amazing, useful. a big boon.
Mm-hmm. You remember everything, and including the fact that 3 people are missing from this thing that is in front of you. Oh, a small difference, Lyri. You also remember all of the time loops, not just the latest one.
Oh wow, that's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Do the others remember the other time loops? I guess Bladebeard would because he.
Bladebeard only remembers the most recent one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but he doesn't he remember in the recent one that there was time loops. I guess.
I believe, he realized in the previous one that there are time loops, but he does not remember the contents of them. Does that make sense?
Okay. Noted. So I'm now hit with this horrible eldritch knowledge that everything just hitting me at once.
Mm-hmm.
I guess Nuri kind of blanks out and, I don't know, drops her daggers in kind of awe.
In the midst of this, Lyri and Benjamin, you will receive sending spells. Benjamin from Chemist, Lyri from Velanef.
Yeah, I assume they're the same.
It's the same as the first timeline for Benjamin, and Lyri does not know the contents of her sending, but yeah.
Yeah, then I'll reply the same as I did the first time around.
Noted.
Lyri will pick up the phone.
The sending this time is, unlike the last time, does not mention any horde-like activity looking for you. It just says, Lyri, we have been informed that you have departed Aaran. Report on your mission.
Need to do mission to get closer to Orb.
Okay.
Does the sending spell convey tone of voice?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It does. Okay, Lyri will say that in a very kind of awestruck and dumbfounded way.
You can expect to be contacted again when the spell recharges up upward.
Fair?
Yeah. Again, the interaction with Ulrika and such will proceed as reminded, with instead of Zhaoqi being awestruck, Zhaoqi saying, "Oh, this place is a wreck," and the whole mountain grumbling and saying, "Leave." And Trinik says, if only I had my griffin. Hello, everyone. It's a bad time to meet all of you.
Lyri picks up her daggers. We are not doing this again.
Doing what again?
Time loops. Everything's repeated over and over again.
Are you okay? Did you remove the crown without me noticing or something?
No, I saw everything. There's time loops, and there was a boat full of cultists, and they're going to Ilan to sacrifice people to make me stronger. But if we kill people in Ilan something gets stronger in Ilan.
Did you hit your head?
No,
coming down from the disc?
No, last time we were hit.
Did you eat a demon?
We keep getting reset over and over again.
Look, in case you didn't notice,
We're gonna
this
be
mountain's
reset in, like,
kind of
5
coming
minutes.
apart, so we should probably leave.
What's the point if it's all gonna be reset? What?
Are you okay?
Something. Lyri studies the people in front of her.
Can I
One
get
of these people is probably behind it.
Can I get a careful from you? What did you get?
-1.
-1. Okay, never mind. But everyone does hear stones rumbling from the little cave entrance as whoever's looking sees a metallic arm poking out from beneath the stone and trying to dig itself out from it.
Aha, I was about to ask. I'll go help the metallic arm.
And you are able to retrieve Drinmi and later Mir. Ulrika, the sort of straight man of the situation, says, how did you achieve greater results than all our years of research? Who are those iron dwarves?
Aye. They are Mir and
Drinmi.
the other one.
Drinmi, Prime Designate. It identifies itself. Prime, what? I think you have some explaining to do, says Runeweaver. Mr. Bladebeard. More of these?
Okay.
More of these, says Karigosa? How did you...
Wait, well, guys, let me take you to the ship. I'll show you there's a ship full of people. It's probably something to do with why the time is doing the thing or something.
We should definitely leave this island.
On that, I agree.
No, come to the ship. I know where it is.
Look, you're clearly not okay. How about you like?
She hasn't been
Uh.
okay for years.
Yeah,
Is this
no,
what my
Years.
demon was trying to
You've
tell
known
me
her
about?
for like a month.
Yes, and I can tell that she hasn't been okay for years.
Look,
What?
you won't believe what you see.
Anyways, do you guys have a way off the island, or
We will teleport out. What are these? Why are these here? Ulrika says, freaked out by the Iron Dwarves. Drinme will say, Prime Designate, our forms are not suited for underwater travel. May we remain here until you return.
Jump in the bag.
You, I presume, take out your closets.
Yeah, I opened the closet bag. I mean, is there enough space for both of them?
It'll be tight, but they can do it. Not that they don't necessarily mind the comfort thing. It's just that you would not have a lot of space to put more things in there.
Maybe I should bring just one of them. But this island will crush you. Will be consumed by the earth.
We know how to make peace with it, Prime Designate. You need not worry about us.
Oh yes, we are dwarfs. We are all about digging.
Can all of you get the hell out of here? Says Hartnell. Oh, above board, Mir, whose eye exploded, their eye is still gone.
All right, that's confusing.
Quite.
All right, Mir, jump in the bag.
The one of the missing eye,
Aye.
right? Mir does so, jumps in the bag. Remind me, did you put something else in the bag already?
I would say like all of his items.
So there's barely any room for him.
I mean, all other items are pretty small, like the orb and hourglass and broken sword or dagger.
True enough. But yeah, Mir rather jumps in your bag, and I will add him to your little underbelly, for lack of a better term.
I don't have a mammoth in my inventory because that's a magical thing.
Yeah, but you have it. Yeah.
Yeah, but he's not in the bag.
Yeah. True enough.
Although that would be interesting. But no, he's in magical, non-existent space. I don't know. Where do mounts go? Who knows?
You probably summon them from somewhere, I imagine.
I imagine they just like don't exist. Well, not summon.
Sure. Ulrika says, I should file a mission report. Light's sake. She begins conjuring a portal to Aaran. Trinik says, well, it was good meeting all of you. I didn't even catch your names, but maybe you shouldn't stay long here either.
maybe you guys can take the other iron guy. That way you won't like be crushed by all the rubble.
I am perfectly capable of surviving in this environment. Ulrika says, yeah, I'm not super comfortable with bringing that thing unannounced to Aaran.
Feels kind of rude to call it the thing.
You have you ever fought in Northrend's Sun? Have you seen what those things can do?
Right.
Bob or maybe Benjamin was not on that particular front because the Iron Dorns didn't have a lot to do with the Lich King, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Hartno says, "Well, it was nice meeting you all. Just as this island collapsed, now fuck off." Staking claim when I get back here.
Larry will hop on a hover disc and kind of, I guess, gesture for the others to follow.
Yeah, Bladebeard will say bye to them and like mention all their names as he's saying goodbye.
Burika does not seem surprised because she introduced herself. Hartnell responds with a middle finger. Trinik says, "I and good." Wait, how? And Dura just nods, like, yeah, as if almost she expected that.
Interesting. All right. He'll hop on the disc as well.
Kyrie says, "I think there's something you're not telling us."
Oh,
What,
have
these
you
guys?
defeated the ships?
What ships?
The Horde ships.
Yeah, the ones that were going to kill us in the other timeline.
Horde. What other timeline?
Did
The one I've been yelling about?
Look, can we discuss this on the way? Because, like, again, this whole place is coming down.
Literally follow me. I know a ship.
No, we will not follow you
Follow
because
me.
you're clearly not okay.
Let's just go back to going back to Ilalai.
Exactly.
It's on the way to Eli, the ship. I know exactly where it is.
Look, we're not gonna go on some random ghost ship that you dreamt about when you hit your head, okay?
It has cultists in it. What? Oh, are you gonna at least take my antidote with my anecdote with? Fucking...
Look, you're not
Yeah.
supposed to feed into delusions, okay?
If you kill people on Eli, something gets stronger. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So no killing.
Sure.
Okay, says Kyrie. Do you? You have a lot to say too, don't you? But Benjamin is right. We should perhaps talk on the way.
Swear to God.
And
Mary hops on a disc and kind of hurriedly.
the expedition
Takes off.
NPCs all teleport to presumably Aaran, leaving only Drinmeat behind. Curious if anyone noticed that someone was missing from them.
Oh wait, yes. There was one of the League of Explorers lady, right?
Yep.
The one that's dressed in the like basic rogue armor.
I don't think it's basic, but sure.
No, it's one that you get when you picked your character, like in the character creation screen.
Oh,
during
sure. Oh, maybe.
Worlds of Draenor, I think.
Maybe? I didn't pick it with that in mind, but sure. Yeah.
I just in my head when I see it, I think of like, oh, that's a
She was
rogue
actually
armor.
Mueh'zala, that's the twist.
Sure thing. But yeah,
All right.
I'm guessing all of you mount up.
Yeah.
Kari will say, "I'll transform after you leave. There's not a lot of space to do so." And, well, I know a spell that will allow us to talk mid-flight. Usually sound would get cancelled out by the wind, but, well, us dragons figured that sometimes we need to talk while flying.
Convenient.
Quite. I'm assuming all of you mount up and begin departing? Yeah, you do so. Kyrie does as well. Drinme stays behind on Antonia's Spire, and I assume all of you head towards the big hurricane in the horizon that you know to be Ilalai. As an extra sign of the sun setting, of the time loops happening, the sun is setting. When in previous timeline, Lyri, it was already nighttime for you when you were on the ship. So as you travel forth, Kyrie says, "All right, I'd like some explanations."
So while you were fighting the Horde, we were in the cave.
Horde?
What?
What horde?
Yes, the horde that attacked in the other timelines. What am I thinking about?
Benjamin blinks many times.
So does Bladebeard.
I think both of you, or any of you who knows of this, and the demon inside Moark chuckles because it knows of this. All of you who know of this should start from the beginning.
So, why do only I and Lyri know about this? Or Lyri and I?
No about
well,
what?
do you remember the first time, and the second time, and the third time? Each time it keeps getting worse
I
and worse.
definitely remember the first time. Second and third, it happened so long ago. So
Well, it keeps happening worse and worse. It's not as
not in my case.
no, absolutely. We were like at time number 3, and it was horrible. There was orcs everywhere. It was not good.
Well, I don't know what you were doing, but back to the things that were happening. We were in the cave. We released the 2 elementals.
You what?
And
you released 2 That's
yes,
what...
because there is.
Wait, you went into the cave? But I left because you didn't want to go into the cave.
Eventually, we went into the cave.
And you released the 2 elementals inside. Like you did on Lapidus.
Aye.
Reckless mortal.
Because we need them to defeat even greater evil. This sounds so dumb.
Even greater evil?
Aye, on Lepidus. No, wait, on Ilalai.
We're not going to Eli, we're just going to retrieve your crew and leave as soon as possible.
Yes, but so you don't remember the 2 dragons? Petronimi and Chronic?
What? There weren't any dragons there. There was only Caligos and Kyrgos.
Also, where's Caligos?
He replaced Runeweaver.
What? Says Runeweaver.
Oh, welcome back.
Did you not notice?
A lot of like puzzle pieces begin falling into place in Kyrie's mind when you say Petronimi and Chronic, and she mumbles, "That stupid girl." Well, I suppose we can only play with the cards she's given us.
Ooh, wanna play Hearthstone?
It's a bit difficult to do so mid-flight.
Yeah, I have a lot of rare cards.
So, is this time thing actually real?
Probably
Yes.
not.
Yes.
So it's probably just a dream or something, a vision.
No, it's real.
Stupid visions.
The demon in Moarg's mind says, "Oh, it was real, and all of everything your friends are saying was true."
My demon's saying it was real, which is, demon talk.
So probably it wasn't.
So it wasn't real?
Yeah, if it was real, I would still have the ring that I got.
You do, above board.
Oh. Huh?
You placed it
It was
on your
real.
finger. You placed it on your finger, if you remember.
Yeah. He just noticed that it's still there.
You mean the ring on your finger? Right there?
Aye.
Did you get married in another
real?
timeline?
Was it? No. That gnome is
No.
crazy.
No. I never got married. Never
You
got
good?
married sober, so it doesn't count.
If you
So
sign,
you were drunk?
if you sign a paper, it counts, says Runeweaver.
What paper?
Did you sign any papers?
The marriage papers.
No, If I ever signed anything, it was probably when I was drunk, so it doesn't count.
I don't think that's how the law works, Bladebeard.
Well, the law works differently in like every single town on Azeroth, so who cares about the law?
Okay.
Zhaoqi, meanwhile, has just been taking in everything you guys have said because she finds it fascinating. Though a bit weird.
Anyway, do you take my warnings about Ilalai seriously now?
I guess, but I'm not going on a ghost ship.
Speaking
Ooh, a
of,
ghost ship.
it's not a ghost ship, it's a ship full of beacon worshippers.
Even more a reason not to go there.
So a cult ship?
Hotep's brother's there, he's gonna die like in 30 minutes.
Good for him.
Well, him doing that makes me stronger.
Good for you, I guess.
So we should stop it then? If it makes her stronger and more voidy?
No, I thought about that, but if we kill them, it'll probably make me stronger anyway, so...
So why would we go there then?
should-
Because it's... Well, it was late at night in the other timeline, but not so much anymore, so...
We should imprison all the cultists.
What if they die of hunger? Would they just give her power still?
Yeah, probably.
What?
To give them.
I don't think that's how evil cults work.
I think it is.
So
think
what
that
I'm
we
hearing
should
is we should avoid it at all costs. Then
I think we
Because
should
if
keep
we
them
kill them-
alive.
Maybe we should go to Hazur's tower.
Rune Weaver says, Miss Lyri, per your current status, I would highly recommend avoiding any contact with worshippers, as you've termed them. Though I would encourage you to tell us about them, I would encourage you to avoid any contact.
Fair enough. Regardless, look at this. Lyri will take off her crown.
Benjamin will immediately order her to put it back in.
Are you insane? Says Kyrie.
Aye, she is.
But you saw that I didn't immediately go bad. Hmm?
You do feel, again, the immense pressure of the whispers and such, though you are able to, for the moment, keep them at bay.
See?
So is Benjamin's order not effective?
No, it is. But last time she went feral, like the nanosecond it came off her head.
Kyrie says, regarding your proposal, Lyri, can you put that on? Tap that back on before I continue?
It's already on.
Oh, you already put it back on? Okay.
Yeah, I was told to, so.
Sorry. She says, regarding your proposal, Lyri, I admit I am loath to head to Ilalai. If you prefer doing this whole excursion in the daytime, perhaps we can take a night's rest at the Tower of Hazu as you suggested.
Well, I was gonna suggest staying the night on the cultist ship.
Unacceptable. Says the Weaver.
So you said we shouldn't kill people, but you want to kill all the cultists and
No,
get their ship.
They worship me. They don't let me stay for free.
Look, I don't feel comfortable sleeping in a ship full of cultists, as you might imagine.
They're cannibals too. Would you guess?
That's even worse. I stopped being that, so I don't want to fall on old habits, you know.
Are those cultists following you willingly, or have you cursed them with magics?
They said that Hotep taught them, so not my fault.
And apparently that Hartep has been preaching for decades, probably even longer.
Oh yeah, and they said that Hotep had been brainwashing people for centuries, so there's probably a
That
whole
old?
army of. That was a long time, right?
No, no, you, not him. You're that old? You're like centuries old? Like,
No.
Hey, maybe a
I think
beacon
it's just
is like
proxy or something.
conceptual or something.
Victrix says it's not polite to ask a lady that.
It must be like a prophecy.
That's
or something.
sexist.
yeah, if someone asks my age, I'm pretty cool with it.
Well, don't ask mine.
And she's not a lady.
Oh.
She's a monster.
Well, people call me a monster, so should they not ask for my age then?
No, I was making the opposite.
Do you
argument.
even know your age?
Me?
Yeah.
Don't you have amnesia?
I think my
Are you an
birthday
adult?
cake had like... Last I checked, yeah. I think my birthday cake last year had like 22 candles on it, but that was Bladebeard's idea, I think.
No offense.
Were we
but,
listing the candles?
I don't think you're 22.
Yeah, who was counting the candles, says Kyrie.
I think we were out of the candles on the ship. Everyone was 22, actually. Bladebeard, that was a bad system.
Well, we had 22 candles. No one can be older than that.
More. Well, I know that I'm pretty, robust and old-ish. Maybe, I could maybe try and asking Akuna. He probably has good memory on my age, maybe.
Who?
You know, the troll gods we all were blessed by. Like,
Hekala will
2 weeks
ask, have you managed to find him?
no, he told me where to go, though.
I recall.
Oh,
I don't know. It's kind of redundant to ask it, and kind of
Maybe we
rude to
can-
ask a god for your age.
we can
But
count
birthdays.
the rings on your horn, like on a tree.
Okay, take a look then. How many
But,
rings
but
are
you have a whole horn now. We need
Oh,
a sliced horn.
keep forgetting about that. Guess the demon juice does have its bit of it.
Were you that insecure about your horn?
Losing my horn meant a lot, Lyri, okay? Be like if you
Speaking-
lost your hair.
Speaking of Loa, though, sure would be useful to have a certain growl on our side, right, Bladebeard?
No. She's an awful shark demon. And also, didn't you say that Loa won't be able to hear us in Ilalai?
As what I was going to say, yes. The Loas said that they cannot assist us there. That they
Oh.
fear going there.
Well, no more running like a dinosaur, I guess.
No more birthday candles.
Why?
He's gonna die then.
Well, we have a bunch of birthday candles on the screen right now.
The screen.
Badumts.
Bladebeard, did you take your medicine?
No.
Stop talking about screens and candles. Talking crazy like Lyri was earlier.
It seems me and Bladebeard are the only people who know anything.
So, should we go and free those ghosties from Lyri's curse?
I feel like doing anything down there is a bad idea.
Where were those cultists heading? Asks Runeweaver.
Ilalai.
Through the hurricane. That did they know that it's going to not be a factor anymore?
What, the hurricane? They said the faith would get them through.
But they also said that like being destroyed in the hurricane is kind of part of the plan in getting there for them.
Well, sure sounds like cult talk.
Yeah, but they seem pretty confident in it. Maybe they have a kraken on their side or something.
I dearly hope not, says Kyrie. Though any members of my dragonflight that have gone to investigate have not returned.
Well, you're gonna be the first. because you have Captain Bladebeard on your side.
No, I will not, because I will not head there. We are rescuing your crew from your ship, dispelling the hurricane, and moving on. Somehow I don't think things will be that simple, says Runeweaver.
Yeah, my
It
crew.
never is.
My crew is not on the ship.
Yeah, we'll probably release some kind of guy that's really strong, and he's like a guy that tries to kill us, and he's like really, really strong.
So wait, you said you freed elementals. What does that mean? Why did you do that?
There is one called Crack, like a butt crack.
You're
And
lying.
Karagosa says, and Count Humedius, I imagine.
I don't remember the other one, but this one was Crack the Terrible.
Can you get careful from all of you to see if you notice something? Benjamin, your stunt will apply.
Sure.
Should have went with the name Boulder the Boulder. I think that would have been better.
That's a good one above board. Moar can also roll if he wants. Yeah, Benjamin with his stunt just notices out of the corner of his eye that, yeah, the wind is sort of blowing, what's the word? Like west to east. But you see a gigantic wave heading from the east to the west.
Hey guys, I don't take it that wave is natural.
Above board, probably heading towards the Antonidas Spire. And in
Well, that's not good.
and maybe your eyes are sort of deceiving you, Benjamin, but did you just see like small islands start popping up to almost stop the waves in their tracks?
Do these guys like each other by any chance?
They're elementals, they don't like each other by their nature, says Kyrie.
Well, you should look to your left, right? Whichever.
Downwards. She does, says, oh, by the makers. What have you unleashed, Bladebeard? This is why I insisted that going here is a bad idea. No one listened. Of course they didn't.
But these guys are going to help us.
They're trying to kill each other and they don't care about the collateral damage at the moment.
Should we call Hazu? Or will it make it worse?
On that note, I was going to mention that you suddenly feel a very strong wind pushing from the north. That's also heading towards, it seems, the Antonidas Spire.
Do I feel strangely hot as well?
That will take a bit of a longer time to head there, and I think
He needs time to gain self-confidence. Yes.
and also Lord Carter's, I think, would rather burn down the water elemental than the rock elemental.
Fair.
But yes, the wind does make it difficult for you guys to keep to your course. And Zhaoji says, I suggest heading above the cloud line.
Okay.
You guys do so?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. As the elemental war rages below, you guys reach relative safety above the cloud line, where you can only feel occasional odd gusts of wind as a result of this war. This is why the makers sealed them away. But no, you had to let them go. For what? Says Kyrie.
You weren't there. The dragons told me.
What did Petra tell you?
That there's going to be an even greater threat than them, and they're gonna help us.
Kyrie pauses mid-flight. Says, "Did she read that? That's
There was a mural.
I know.
Okay.
So it must be true. Bunch
I,
of
re-
little
I,
people.
I, all of you would be best served by forgetting what you saw.
Well,
Let's-
I don't remember.
Good.
Benjamin is already there.
Good. That's the right attitude to have. By the makers. Let us go, retrieve your crew, Captain Bladebeard, and leave. If they are not there, I fully propose cancelling the expedition entirely.
What is this all about?
Yes, what is this all about, asked Runeweaver. This is a rare chance to explore an ancient ruin. I am not so loath to let it go so easily. This, Kyrie says, this, to put it in your human terms, is above your pay grade. The less you know about it, the better.
You guys are getting paid?
I sure hope so, says Victrix.
Wouldn't knowing about it make us not want to go there?
No.
Knowing about it might have repercussions in your daily life and how you treat others as well.
What? That's ridiculous.
Trust, Benjamin, when have I said anything that I did not mean when it comes to magical phenomena?
I mean, I don't know what to say.
Good. Don't think
Say
about
nothing.
it. Don't think about it, all of you.
Think about what?
Exactly. Let us continue on our way and be done with this.
Finally.
Again, you may leave. The sort of party continues traveling, but Runeweaver says, again, dear Kyrie, you may decide to leave, but I am fully in favor, if it comes down to it, to exploring this hidden city. This is a rare opportunity that, frankly, does not come across in a century. You would risk the
Also-
Good.
Yeah, also, we need to save my crew. That's also important.
Kyrie says, you would risk the safety of the world for your idle curiosity and the lives of, 30 individuals?
Aye.
With you by our side, dear Kyrie, I don't believe we will need to face that risk. She grumbles something in Draconic that you do not understand. But the voice inside your mind, Bladebeard, says, do not allow her to do what she just said.
I didn't get what she said.
A very elaborate, a very, very elaborate and over-the-top way of expressing her frustration and desire to inflict violence upon your group.
Wow. Okay.
What? What about violence? What?
Only Bladebeard hears that.
No. Well, above board, I mean. I kind of blanked out.
Kyrie is pissed off at you all. TLDR.
I see. I see.
Come on, Kyrie. Just relax. Everything's gonna be fine.
Yes, it will, because we will leave right away. Now let us continue on. So, River says, who shall wield the Stone of the Tides? Above board, the one that can make you be forgotten.
Probably one of the
Lyri.
people without voices in their heads.
I think Lyri is capable enough.
No, I'll take it.
Runeweaver sort of flies closer to you and produces the containment field around the Stone of the Tides and says, release it only when you need it. The briefer the
Ooh.
contact, the lesser the effects.
So when we reach the storm wall?
Probably so, yes. And assume our good troll friend knows when to do her part. You need not say anything, she says. I will guide my beloved.
Well, seems like a deal.
Yeah. He hands you the Stone of the Tides in its containment field. Let me see if I have a token for it. I should have a token for it, but give me a second. Yeah, I do. Feels a bit odd looking at it this way because I've reused this token for the other campaign, but yeah. Now have the Stone of the Tides. Alright. You guys proceed on your way. Do let me know if you guys talk about anything.
On the way, I ask Khadgar what he thinks about this whole little lie business.
Sure, I'll roll the D30. Maybe he'll knock you out of the sky. 14. Give me a second, please. Up. I clicked on the wrong thing. 14. 1, 2, 4. Says, unclear. Try again.
Fair enough.
So it is. Again, do let me know if there's anything else before you reach the storm itself.
Nothing from me.
Anyone else? Going once? Going twice? Alright. Let me make a note in editing. Okay. As you continue going on, the winds and the rain grow increasingly more difficult to push through. Even though you're above the cloud line, you see that the rain is pouring also from clouds above that, if that makes sense. You're not above all the clouds. And Hekala tells you, it be time. Follow my lead.
Benjamin nods.
She lifts up the staff of Minloth and begins chanting. The staff glows and the storm clouds begin dissipating, and she says, use the stone, disperse the water.
Benjamin would do so.
You activate the stone, and almost immediately a water elemental pops up next to you and falls to the ground because you're in midair. And more begin to form. More and more. You hear innumerable splashes beneath you.
Is this normal?
Yes. They obey your order. Tell them what to do, as more of them begin forming and plopping down to the sea.
Which is?
To disperse the storm.
All right, my minions, disperse the storm.
And with you and Hekala working together, in about a minute or so, the skies begin clearing up. Not that you can really tell that much because it's nighttime. And the storm begins clearing, finally removing the hurricane that's been plaguing this entire area. And as the clouds clear as well, you see a small dot for lack of a better term, in the ocean above what seems to be some underwater darkness, for lack of a better term. A dot that resembles a ship.
I think I see something down there.
And Hekala says,
Ew.
what?
I forgot his ship was called that.
Hekala says, put it away, indicating the Stone of the Tides.
Benjamin would like enclose it in the fancy Teeironor thing.
Yep. And with the skies entirely clear, you see again the ship below you. Let me know what you all do.
I guess we go down to it.
Anything else? Any objections?
Nope.
Guess not.
I guess on the way, Benjamin would like keep an eye on the surroundings, see if he spots anything out of place.
Give me careful.
If my stunt applies, that's a 4.
Just calm. The calm seas, the calm ship. Just calm. And as you guys approach the ship and begin landing, Bladebeard, as you land on the nasty mule and begin sort of walking along its, what's the word? What's the
Deck.
word? Yeah, the deck. But I'm specifically referring to the sides of the deck that have little things preventing you from falling in. Anyway, you walk along the deck, remembering the ship, and of course, you get a sense of foreboding as you hear the ship's first mate Caspian saying, "Moby, I told you to tie that rope." And you realize that, you forgot to tie the rope that Caspian told you to do. Do you begin to begin to ascend?
Do I like believe I'm in this vision?
Well, what vision? I guess you drank a lot last night, yeah?
All right, I go to tie the rope. Aye.
More diligence, Moby, more diligence, or you'll never command your own ship, he says, as he has never commanded his own ship either. And behind him, your captain, Anchorbeard, says, "I'll give the lad a rest, Caspian," as he approaches you and puts an affectionate hand on your shoulder. Says, had a nasty night, have you?
Yeah. So where are we sailing to today?
Already forgone, says Caspian, and says, "Leave the lad alone and leave us alone, would you?" "Yes, Captain," Caspian says, and departs. And Anchorbeard says, "Well, lad, I believe it's time."
Oh wow, his beard really looks like an anchor.
Bladebeard designed it, not Bladebeard, DoomGoblin.
Although, I guess in his description, I wrote that he has like an actual anchor in his
Oh,
beard.
but like if you turn him upside down, it's literally an anchor.
Yeah. I know. it's on purpose.
Yeah.
Time for what?
Time, says. Time for what I knew was to come. I think I need to go for a swim.
All right. Might join you later on my break.
Yeah, and sort of unexpectedly he jumps in, forgetting to take off his anchor.
Oh no.
He sinks to the bottom and yeah,
Caspian is captain, yay!
eventually. But as you
Do we like? I guess the crew tries to help him, right?
well,
Throws,
you're
like,
the
a
first one.
rope
You're
and-
the first one who notices, and as you look around to see, oh shit, I have to tell someone. The first person you see is good old Lucia.
Lucia, Captain fell overboard. We need to.
I know his time came. Oh, sorry, he forgot to take his anchor off, didn't he? I know you're not supposed to know yet.
Wait. Do I know you?
Oh, Lucia, you're asking?
Yeah.
And as she looks at you and says, "Do you?" And yeah, you, with that cryptic remark, return to the exact same spot where good old Anchorbeard jumped off into the sea. But now you're joined by different companions. But nevertheless, you stare into old Lucia's same creepy eye as you return to the present.
Ah, the spirits be talking to me. I know what we must do.
Hello, Captain. And
hi.
And Kari says, Mr. Bladebeard, you're right. You've been standing there for a couple minutes. Oh, who's this?
Hi. This is old Lucia. She's one of my crewmen.
Is
Glad
this
to see you
Joshua?
again.
I hate to judge people off their appearances, but you really are a bad judge of character.
Whoa. All right.
Just because she's old?
Come on, aren't you getting like goosebumps on your arms?
Because she's a woman.
Better just face palms.
Above board for everyone else. From everyone else's perspective, Bladebeard rushed forward, presumably in his enthusiasm to finally come aboard his old ship and rescue his crew. He jumped on board and ran his hand along the rails of the ship, the side rails of the ship, and then just stood there for a couple minutes staring at nothing. Meanwhile, the rest of you arrived, were joined with your NPC companions, and properly made sort of landfall on the ship. The deck, at least the top deck, appears to be empty, except for old Lucia.
Are there empty?
Yes, as the vision
Bottles?
told you, there are not empty. There are plenty of bottles on deck, more than there's people in this party, all filled with a green liquid.
All right, Lucia. Good to see you.
Good to see you too, Captain.
So, glad you're alive. Where are the others?
She points with her finger down below, and before she can say more, a voice says, "I believe I can answer the question," as from below deck, some people showed up that I
Two
will...
Zorgoggers.
That'll be something, wouldn't it? There are a lot of tokens that I have to sit through, but basically, you...
5 Zorgoggers.
Something like that. You see a bunch of skeletal trolls make their way from below deck. Yeah, these people. I finally found them. And they are armed as depicted, and they are led by another one that emerges afterwards, namely this floating figure. And the floating figure says, "Greetings, Captain Bladebeard."
Those are not my crewmen.
Your crewmen are our guests in the great metropolis of Ilalai. Welcome. My master, the great Minlof, bids you welcome and invites you to his abode. Hekala looks horrified and says, "What do you mean by your old master Minlof? That was 1500. That was 1500 years ago. I forgot the accent. I'm sorry." And says, "Yes, much has happened in the time since. Welcome. Do you have questions for me before we proceed?"
A lot
What
of them, actually.
What master do you serve?
As I told you, the great Minlof, the true master of Ilalai.
Oh yeah, you did just say that.
He. Good.
So, no big trolls with spikes on his face and a big beard involved?
Trolls with spikes on their face and a big beard? I'm
What
confused.
you're talking about, Benjamin?
Doesn't Mueh'zala have a beard, or am I just...
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, right.
And he
right.
has
oh,
spikes on his
oh,
face.
I sorry, I got confused. And says, Minlof serves Minlof. And the power he wields is great. He is currently indisposed. He seeks the return of his servants. I be the 8th. The other 8 are missing. We would like to return to our master and set him free from his abode. We have your crew be honored guests.
Can you
You know,
return them?
sometimes... Sorry, go ahead.
Can they come back here on the ship?
Even if I wanted to, I could not. I apologize.
Why not?
There be a way in, but not a way out. Not without all 9.
All 9 what?
Servants of Minlof. Points at himself.
So-
I be the 8th, as I said.
So you want us to go win, but we can only leave if the other 8 come around?
If you can find them, we can all leave. It should be simple. Me master the great Minlof promises you great rewards and a most heartfelt welcome.
You know, I wouldn't call being stuck down there as something particularly welcoming.
I never said anything about being stuck. Benjamin,
Well, if we can't leave, then aren't we stuck?
Benjamin and Lyri, can I get care force from you? To see if you notice something?
Can I assist him? Oh, do you
Or-
already?
Yeah, too late for that, I guess. Yeah, too late for that. Benjamin, something's very off, like magically speaking. Like these, your first instinct will be to call them undead, but you feel that that definition is not quite right, but you're not sure why.
Would a +2 give me more information?
Yeah, but it would but I would say that the answer I'll give you will prompt even greater questions.
You know what? Fuck it. I'll use today's quiz reward thing. No,
Why-
actually, I'll use a fate point since those regenerate. Shit. Do I actually have something? I guess I'll use Adept in the Arcane Arts. Maybe something I read in passing could connect in my head or something. I don't know.
I mean, haven't you been to like Zoldrak or something?
I don't think so.
We've been around a lot of dead people, so
The reasoning works. Do you want to go through with it?
Mm-hmm.
Again, I will reiterate that the answer for this row would just prompt more questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you realize the magic that seems to be holding them together. They're not undead. They're alive? Question mark. And the magic. It's bizarre. There's not much more I can tell you with the row as it stands.
So they're alive, but they're dead. That's what you're saying.
Never said they're dead.
So they're alive.
Hmm?
I'll kind of step back and whisper to Kyrie. Goes and says something like, "They make me feel strange."
Whatever you do, don't deal with them more than you have to.
What are they? They're there's not undead somehow.
They, it's complicated to explain, but they never died. They're forcibly held alive, is how I would explain it.
How?
With magic, but these ones in particular are odd, but do you not sense the darkness below? And perhaps at that prompting, you do now sense the immense amount of just void energy below. But it's also somehow different than what you know like what you've experienced from Lyri, for instance.
It's different somehow.
Don't think too much about it. Don't deal with them if you don't have to. And if you can avoid it, don't kill them.
So Lyri was right.
In this particular instance. Meanwhile, the Maj Bladebeard communication. Maj is the name of this guy who he introduced himself as such. Where does that go? He repeated the fact that you're invited below.
I guess Bladebeard looks at the group.
Is this really a good idea?
My master, he says, has offered you a way to survive the seas below. He indicates the large amount of bottles on the deck. They will allow you to breathe and communicate underwater.
Breed.
Benjamin will grab one and try to see if it's legit or if it's like some nasty poison or something.
Give me a careful, please.
A 4.
It seems to be doing what he said that it is doing.
Seems legit, I suppose.
So when you say breed, do you mean like breathe air, or like breed, like making babies?
The former. Though I imagine he hesitates and says, well, I imagine Fimi would be interested in the latter. The second servant.
So I guess we are going below.
Bladebeard, do you want to have sex with the skeleton so much?
No. No.
You want to bone it?
No.
That's good.
Benjamin would look back at Takala, trying to gauge her reaction.
She's horrified. She's been staring in almost stunned silence, and she has said some things, but she's just horrified at what's going on. And when she notices you looking at her, she says, this one, it was told that Minlov had 9 servants, and he said he's Maj the 8th, and that's the name recorded in the chronicles.
Isn't this Minloth guy can't your grandpa help us or something?
We should leave. My ancestor was right. She seems frightened, at which Marge says, "Rest easy, child of Minlov. You have..."
So wait. Why? What's the big deal about these things, huh? Hikala, didn't you fight a bunch of scary troll stuff in Golden School?
Not like this. Not like this.
Anyway, go on about your speech or whatever, I guess.
Marge says, as I was saying, child of Minlof, you are our most esteemed and honored guest. You are more than welcome to join us in our moment of triumph. It is good to see that the bloodline of my master has survived for so long. Did you meet my sister? She asks. And he replies, she was not deemed worthy.
Worthy of what?
Of the honor of meeting her honored ancestor, of course.
And why was that?
Because she was not.
Yeah, she was horrible. She didn't deserve anything except swift death.
On that we agree. Though she was a useful pawn in bringing you here, it is... her failure is proof enough of her unworthiness. A question, says Runeweaver, popping out of nowhere. When you say Minlof, the true master of Ilalai, what do you mean? And Marge says, I mean what I say, creature. And Runeweaver says, was not the master of the empire the one named Vargazul? And the Marge says, well, he was. Not for long, though. Not once the master's plan would have gone into place. But alas, those times have passed. I see. Kari says, so we're leaving. We're going back to Aaran, right? Right. I'll begin conjuring the portal immediately.
No, wait. Another question. Where are your flesh and skin?
For me, I have long since forsaken them. For them, he says, pointing at the skeletal trolls, the sea has rotten them away. Even the magics of the deep ones did not keep them.
So you're saying you were like this before the city sank or whatever?
He nods. And says, and with your aid, we can release the hold of the deep ones and finally give the people of Ilalai the rest they deserve.
Who's the deep ones?
The ones who sank the city. Runeweaver says the Kraken. And Marge nods, says the Kraken and their minions and the other creatures of darkness still hold sway over the city. Over the city.
It was Kraken.
More than one, little one.
So you need our help to fix your city, and then we'll be able to go.
Oh, no, you misunderstand. I am inviting you to my master's abode to join in our moment of triumph.
And moment of... Sorry, go ahead.
When all 9 of us will be gathered, we will not only release the members of your crew that have already joined us, Captain Bladebeard, but we will also provide you with a great reward worthy of those who would stand with my master in, well, a moment of triumph.
Like a real reward or like a metaphorical
What exactly are we being rewarded for?
For bringing the 9 together. They are scattered and the deep ones have taken control of their minds. They do not
So
they do not heed my master's call.
So you want us to rescue these eight? Is that what you're saying?
Rescue, convince them to return, even killing them and bringing their mask would be enough. One of them at least has even joined the Deep Ones.
Why would you say they did that?
He has always been a treacherous one. Always trying to take more than was deserved of him.
Ad hominem.
It is true.
Logical fallacy.
Stares awkwardly.
And say this Minloth is released, what then?
He will take what he deserves and reward those who have stood with him.
Why did you wait so long in silence? Benjamin.
What do you mean?
To ask questions.
I asked multiple questions.
Very slowly.
Have you asked any questions? Why are you criticizing me?
Nothing.
Ask a question, come on. Spotlight's yours.
You said killing them is bad.
Who said above board?
No, he didn't.
He didn't, that's me fucking up.
Yeah.
Should I say that in character or should I... What? Fuck, I'm going all in, I say that in character. You say killing them is bad, but... How do we get the guy who's on Team Kraken to join us, unless we kill him?
I did not say that killing them be bad. In fact, I said that if there is no other choice, killing them will suffice. We only need the mask. And he points at his own weird face to indicate...
Could we just steal the masks?
Can I steal your head?
No.
Please try.
The masks be, for all intents and purposes, equivalent to our heads.
I see.
Mm.
Don't get hungry. You're licking your lips, I can tell. Malog!
What?
I
They don't even have flesh on them. Why would I want to eat them?
Uh-huh.
So,
I should
So
get
I'm-
the vibe.
what does your master deserve?
The rewards for his efforts.
Which are?
Being free, I guess.
First and foremost, but also the power that he has spent so long trying to accrue. And of course, he will share it with those who stand with him.
Why us? We're just 4 guys and a couple sidekicks.
It just so happened to be. To be honest, I am not necessarily interested in, points at Benjamin, points at Moarg. But you, looks at Bladebeard, you have the ways of accessing my master's prison. We have been waiting for you. And, he points at her collar, you have my master's blood. You will be more than welcome by his side. And you, points at Lyri, you have the ways of perhaps making the Deep Ones give up without a fight.
Uh-huh.
Well done. I guess I'm not wanted.
Not the first time.
Any who stand with my master will be rewarded, including those we did not expect. Looking at you, Benjamin. And then at Moarg, and then at the other NPCs. I see you even bought him. much good the Gurubashi did it, worshipping the blood god, he says to the wind serpent. And the wind serpent replies, better than worshipping whatever you worship.
Ooh, damn.
Drama.
The invitation.
Just gonna take that?
He ignores the jibe and says the invitation is open.
Can we have like a moment to
Of course.
like discuss it among ourselves without any skeletons?
Of course. And
Except our skeletons, like the ones that are inside of us.
he nods and makes, like, travels to say, like, the forecastle of the ship or any place that would give you privacy. Lucia stays with you. She's been silent all along.
Well, it's our mission. We can't just say no. If we say
Yeah.
no, does that mean that we don't have to do anything anymore?
I mean, if they turn out to be evil, we just kill them all.
They are evil by
Ugh.
definition, says Kyrigosa. And
Killing them is a bad idea.
yes, what she said.
Yeah, I mean, and even if we could kill them, he said there's an entire city of them.
The best course
Feels-
of... Good.
No, sorry, go ahead.
Kari is saying the expected thing that she's saying. The best course of action is to leave. And Runeweaver says, well, this is unexpected. It's still a golden opportunity to study the city of Ilalai. I am loath to forsake it so easily.
Can I try to learn Runeweaver's aspects?
Sure, if you give me a minute to find this freaking sheet.
Because he definitely has one that's like, oh, I need to explore. And it might be useful.
I mean, you don't even need to invoke it. He already wants to.
Sure.
Like this evil troll lich creature thing's telling him, oh yeah, our master's gonna rise and he's gonna take what sees, and he's like, okay. Yeah.
Okay, I found Runeweaver. For his high concept and one of his tertiaries, it's a level 2 difficulty with the careful. For the trouble, it's careful difficulty 4, so is for the other tertiary.
No, like, bonuses for me because I'm a Blackwater Raider.
That's why the trouble aspect is only difficulty 4.
Alright. Alright, I'll roll. 0. Wait. I'll spend a fate point invoking. I can read people.
Okay, so you have it makes sense by definition. You have a choice of his high concept or his one of his tertiaries.
His high concept is probably like councilman of Kirin Tor. So let's go with tertiary. Maybe it's something more interesting.
No, I don't believe I'd say interesting, but expected. One of his tertiaries that you discover is a scholar of troll legends.
Exactly what I was hoping for.
Yeah, sure.
By the way, guys that research memes on the internet have the same aspect.
Oh, screw you. I'm joking.
Troll legends. Alright.
And he once again said, yeah, this is a golden opportunity that I'm loath to forsake. Anastasia says, well, I shudder to think that we'd leave good Captain Bladebeard's crew in the mouth of peril. I say we venture forth. Victrix says, I think there's bound to be good loot there. Hekala seems mortified. Zhao is just excitedly looking around, if you want like the NPC's opinions.
What's her name? Zhao
Zhaoqi, yeah.
Yeah. Are you also for going below?
I'm always for exploring, yes. If
Oh,
I've
awesome. Wait, are you a fighter of some kind?
No,
No.
but I can draw. But I can. She shows you the. She like shows you the picture that she's been drawing on a piece of thick paper, and whispers like a brief incantation as the picture. She makes sort of a projection from the picture, similar to your hourglass in sort of functionality.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yes.
Well, just stay close by. We'll protect you if there's some danger below.
I appreciate it.
Also, if you're worried about that book getting destroyed by the water, I have waterproof bag.
No, I'm perfectly capable of casting a spell to protect us from the ravages of water. Don't worry, but thank you.
Awesome. Alright, so Kyrie, you're really not going?
No, I am going to prevent you from doing something stupid, but I strongly urge you to reconsider.
Awesome.
What about the players? Okay, no mention from the players. Then yeah, do you guys let me know, because you asked March.
Oh yeah,
to give you some
what does
privacy.
Gurin think?
Gurin readied his weapon when he saw the skeleton thingies, but when he saw that they didn't attack you and you didn't spring to attack them, he just standing there performing the ready animation.
Alright, he's ready for some skull crushing, if it comes to that. Alright, I was thinking of checking out my captain's quarters before we dive underwater, but other than that, I'm ready to go.
Ruinver says,
Well,
I'm good.
Well, I'd honestly rather not go, but well,
If Ruinver says, if you're too afraid, feel free to stick with just guarding me while I take notes.
Benjamin just blinks and doesn't really say anything.
It will still fulfill your obligations to the Teeironor. More or less. Well, not really. But do what feels right.
Right.
You're serious about this, says Kyrie.
Hi.
Then let it not be said that I did not warn you.
Yeah, you did. Multiple times.
Oh, Lucia just stares at you, as she has been.
Oh, are you coming as well?
No, my presence is needed here, Captain, as you know.
Who are you again?
Why?
I'm the ship's tide sage, Captain Bladebeard's tide sage.
And
Oh.
why are you not below with the others?
Because I knew they would come. And I
Meaning?
knew ever since his old captain jumped in the sea, I knew this day would come. I'll be needed here to prepare the spell when it is time.
What spell?
Why is everyone so cryptic?
You will know it when you see it.
Is it a good thing or a bad thing for the entire world?
It is a good thing for Captain Bladebeard and his crew. And it will fulfill Captain Anchorbeard's wishes.
That's not very comforting.
His wishes. I bet he wishes he took off that anchor before he jumped for a swim.
I know I said... This is Lucia. I know I said in the moment that, oh, he forgot to take off his anchor. But I can tell you now that he kept it on purpose.
Well, I mean, I love the guy, but I guess he was even crazier than I thought.
Even more than you can imagine.
Alright, I'm gonna loot my own room now.
Sure. You may proceed inside to loot your own captain's quarters. I, above board, don't necessarily have like a clear image in mind of what you might have kept there, what you expect to find. So feel free to fill in the blanks, and like if you have any questions of, oh, is that one thing that Bladebeard really liked still there? Yeah, I can presumably answer that.
Yeah, I was just thinking like Bladebeard doesn't know if they're managed to like save the ship. If it comes like between like saving the crew and the ship, he's obviously going to choose the crew. So just to prepare for that, he's going to like take all the stuff that he can take, like that matter from the maybe like some paintings, or if there is there money, is there like crews like
I'm gonna roll d20.
sure. Middle ground.
The like money you kept on the table is gone, but your secret chest underneath your bed is still there.
Uh-huh. He almost doesn't find it himself, but he manages. Alright, he'll put that money in the bag.
Yeah,
Closet bag.
It's getting a bit full, but you are able to put it there. In general, you find that this room has been not particularly lived in ever since you obviously were exiled. It smells a bit like troll, so you can imagine who lived there, but they didn't necessarily live here very long. It seems that Zelryn had some other plans.
Oh yeah, he also has a seashell collection. Is that still there?
Roll d20.
Should I roll it?
Oh, I
you
just
will.
it is there. It is there.
Awesome. I remember like I mentioned that it in first season, I think.
Good memory.
Seashell collection saved. Zugalga didn't eat it.
Yeah. Though you think she ate some of your papers, or at least they're missing.
She ate my papers. Wait, what was on those papers anyway?
And you think, is the bedsheet stained brown?
Is the brown dried blood or anything else?
Give me a careful, I guess.
-3.
Chocolate. It's clearly chocolate. Looks delicious.
Smells delicious.
Quite.
She ate all my chocolate.
Quite.
All right. He will. He will return to the group.
What has everyone else been doing in the meanwhile? I'm curious.
Benjamin's kind of just pacing back and forth.
Lyri is following him, pacing back and forth, like mimicking, I guess.
Morg would be, I guess, checking on the integrity of the ship, like, poking around, seeing how well stable it is since the last time they were there.
Has he ever mentioned the ship's name before?
Bladebeard, yes.
Okay.
To answer Morg's questions, the most obvious issue is that the masts are missing. This ship is going nowhere without new masts, and that's difficult to get in place, to say the very least. As for the ship integrity, it seems to have been kept well maintained. Like the ship has not been in any battles necessarily. It does show signs that it's seen some travel and like lack of maintenance in the past few days. But yeah, the main issue is that the masts are missing. It's like someone deliberately stranded it here.
Good odd.
Yeah. Is there, on that note, because this was also Moarg's home for a while, anything that Moarg would like to look for?
Sure, he would probably go look for his
Stash
personal
of
bear.
heads.
He's gonna have to get on his hands and knees to crawl in. He's so big now.
But yeah, it would be difficult to fit. But what did you say you're looking for, Moarg?
His personal barrel, like stuff that he put in his barrel. He's not really sure what's in there now, but it's been a minute since he looked in there.
Sure. Give me a careful to see if you find it.
If you roll all pluses, you find like a legendary artifact.
Maybe. Unironically, maybe.
Did someone say?
It takes some searching, and remember you used to place it below deck, but now you find it above deck. You look it and you find that the crew, at least for a while, turned it into basically a trash can, and then hurriedly cleaned some of the trash, but some of it is still there. Your
A lot of trash in here. I don't remember that.
Your own belongings, though, are still there. It's just that there's some trash above them, if that makes sense.
Yeah, more we're kind of just like tilt the barrel over and like knock it to the ground and like, search through the pile afterwards.
Sure. Lucia says, it took a while for them to believe me that you were still alive, and only after they believed me they felt bad for what they did and cleaned your barrel.
Oh, that's nice of them.
They're looking forward to seeing you again, and Captain Bladebeard as well.
Oh, I have a lot to tell them. A lot happened. I met my people. I became a captain myself. Yeah, it worked out pretty good for me.
I look forward to hearing it. Fortunately, there is work to be done until then.
Yeah, a lot of work always. Ship not looking so great.
She produces a bottle of rum and says, I saved some of this for when the two of you came back. Share it with Bladebeard, will you?
Oh, of course. I'll give it to him when he's out and about. Thank you.
You're spikier than I thought you would be.
Yeah, don't eat demons. It's complicated.
Do not give this one trouble, she says, like looking at your forehead, not your eyes. And the demon within you almost bristles as if offended. Do you feel that sort of sensation inside you?
Didn't like that.
Do you have a way to sleep?
Sometimes, most times, it's a lot of back and forth between him and I.
Above board, if you remember, back when you were in prison, Mera gave you some sleeping pills that basically knock you out cold.
I was given some pills, though, by the nice undead mage.
If you return, perhaps we ought to find a way to deal with that. Though I have a feeling that if you return, you may not be the same.
Oh?
And I'm not certain if I will be talking then with Bud or with Moarg, or with both. Above board, you have not introduced yourself as Moarg to this lady. She should only know you as Bud. Above board.
Oh, I didn't know you knew that. Do you have a nice spirit talking to you too? About the future?
Too many. After all this is done, I look forward to resting.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Nods. Stares in silence. She has nothing more to say.
Yeah, Morg would go back to looking through his barrel, and he would set the drink aside to, share with Blade after he's back.
Yeah. As mentioned before, you find all the personal belongings that you left there as they're supposed to be. It's just that they're intermixed with trash that the crew has not had time to clean up yet. Basically.
Yeah, Morg would take his belongings that were in the barrel and dust them off and put them in his pocket afterwards. It's mostly just mementos and old bones, I guess. Probably a moldy thing there, but he probably doesn't want that now. He probably thinks it's trash.
Probably more than just one moldy thing given the trash barrel thingy. But yeah.
Yeah, and given his own little snacks that he probably left behind, they're probably garbage.
Definitely. You guys let me know when and how we proceed, of course.
Bladebeard will return to the group wearing nothing but his hat and his pajama pants rolled up like swimming shorts.
Really?
We are going swimming.
Oh, welcome back, Bladebeard. I got a nice drink from our friend.
Oh, awesome. Wait, what friend?
Our ship lady, the nice, wavebinder lady.
Ah,
Really nice.
Lucia. Alright.
Yeah, Lucia.
If you were to look, Bladebeard, obviously you don't know how to read necessarily, but just by the color of the packaging and such, you recognize it as your favorite brand of rum.
Aha, my favorite brand of rum.
Whatever that may be.
Yeah,
Hi.
maybe we should come up with a name, but I can't think of anything.
Sure.
It's called Captain Placeholder rum, named after the famous Captain Placeholder.
Yeah. Maybe it's not actually called that, but since Bladebeard can't read, who knows what it's called.
Maybe.
Who knows? And yeah. Once again, you guys let me know when and how we proceed.
Benjamin's kind of still pacing back and forth, waiting for something to happen, honestly.
Lyri is still copying Benjamin, pacing back and forth to the exact movement.
Been doing a lot of that while you were gone. Pacing.
So, are we going?
Maj and the skeletons approach and say, "We will stay on board so you know when to find us. Or, if you want, we can join you as guides. Do you trust us enough?"
I mean, I was assuming you're coming with us, so I don't see the problem.
No dissenting opinions, okay. He says, "Then drink." He points at the bottle scattered across the deck.
Bottoms up?
Benjamin grabs one and he kind of takes a deep breath, as in, here goes, and he drinks.
The NPCs would begin as though Kyrie would not. She says, "We dragons can breathe for a time underwater. And I know the spell to continue doing so as well."
Oh, like crocodiles. Makes sense. Or crocolisk? What do we have in this world? I don't know.
You really do not have a filter, do you, Captain Bladebeard?
Like for a cigarette?
Sighs. Almost comically, you would see Hekala feed the witch serpent via the bottle. But otherwise, the NPCs, except Olusha, all drink. And obviously except Kyrie. And as you do so, you do feel a bit of a difficulty breathing, and you feel the urge to jump in the water where you know you'll be able, sort of almost instinctively, to breathe. That's not to say that you cannot breathe in the air, it's just that you have a bit of a difficulty with doing so. Make sense?
You know, this would have been really convenient to have the Mera necklace.
The what now?
The Mera necklace. Did Mera even keep it? The fish necklace.
Oh, right, that one. Well, I remember what happened to it. Mera gave it to someone, and not to go too much into spoilers.
Oh, yeah, it's Mera adventure stuff, yeah.
Yeah, and said someone almost turned into a fish because of it.
Womp womp.
Womp womp indeed. Was a good prank, even if it was unintentional. Anyway, let me know. Do you all drink? Do you all then proceed into the water?
Like, do we just drop into the water?
The skeletons would begin descending, like down the sides of the ship and jumping in the water.
Are there any like spare water breathing potions?
Oh yeah, there's plenty. The like green liquid things, they're strewn all across the deck.
Should we
So,
like take all of them?
so are Hikala and the others coming, or is it just us four?
Yeah, the NPCs are coming too. Yeah, they have drunk as well.
Yaochi?
Even Zhaoqi, yeah.
Okay, I guess Lyri will drink as well.
As mentioned, you do feel slight difficulty breathing and the sort of instinctual need to jump in the water where you know you'll be able to breathe. Yeah.
Yep, Moore would down one too, and then he would want to go jump in the water.
Lyri would wait until after Marg was jumping in because he would make such a big splash.
Yep, he does a cannonball.
Okay. Let me know when everyone has jumped in, if you will, please.
We are all in, I believe.
Okie dokie. And as you jump in, you are immediately confronted by just sheer darkness. But the potion that you drank lets you see even in the depths of the ocean, as this will be the sight that greets you.
Oh my.
And I believe this is as good a time as any to cap off today's session. There's some game-specific systems for Ilalai, but I think that's a bit too much to explain right now, if that makes sense. And we'd best be off explaining it next time. Does that make sense?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Is this Ziggurat the big kraken?
No, it's... For lack of a better term, it almost seems to be lodged, like nesting it in it, almost as if it were a gigantic cat that's found some shelter. Yeah,
So it was like a cat sitting in a box, is what you're saying?
kind of.
I see.
Thoughts on today's session, everyone?
Nothing unexpected.
We're in the place. Wait, look at this companion little thing we have.
Yes, that's a system that I'm sort of working through for Ilalai, because TLDR, you have a lot of NPC companions, and it would be way too cumbersome to have them manually participate in battles, so instead they will each provide sort of a passive ability if you bring them along.
This is literally a quest log.
And
Yeah.
combined sort of with the garrison system and WoD, as in if you don't feel to going to a certain place, you can just send them there. That means they will dictate the outcome, but potentially saves time, if that makes sense.
I see.
Yeah. Thoughts on today's episode? As I realized a token is not working that I need to place on screen. Sorry about that.
Cool. We're finally
She
in
just
the
wants to
place.
take pictures.
Yeah, she
Well, there are 2 question marks. Interesting.
2 potential companions that you can meet and recruit. Yes. But
Yeah.
I guess to like briefly go into it, not in too much detail. You can say maybe, I don't know, there's something that says, well, there's something very important at the old temple, but you don't actually need to go there. So you can just say, hey, Hekala and someone else go to the old temple and deal with it in our place,
And they'll die.
I'll roll dice to determine the outcome, and that also means if there's like any choices, they will determine the outcome, because they're there, not you. But it is an effective method in like saving time and such if you want to do that, if that makes sense.
Yeah. We also have Mir and Gurin to send as well.
Goran will work as per your typical NPC, like NPC combat companion. Like he'll have his turn in combat and all that. As for Mir, unless you find a way for him to function well underwater, he won't be able to do much.
Oh, will he like immediately die?
I
Or
would
will he just sink?
pretty much just sink.
Alright.
But yeah.
He can fight while we're on the ground, on the bottom.
More likely he'll lay in the sand face down. But yeah, that's something to worry about for next time and such. Thoughts on today's episode again, and all that?
We got onto the ship, and the time loop is broken, I guess. It's been acknowledged at least, which I liked.
Yeah, and I think the elementals will be way too busy kicking each other's asses and not helping us. So, yeah.
We're finally going to see some action. I think this is like our first thing since the break. Like our first action thing since the break, I guess.
As per the what you said, well, I don't know, maybe you should have talked to them to secure their aid first, but they will have their role to play. For lack of a better term.
I mean, we can call on Jesus, so not everything's lost.
You can, indeed. What else ought we to bring up as to what happened today?
We met Crack, the best elemental ever.
Craig the Terrible. Best name so far.
But I'm
Not Boulder the Bold.
Boulder the Bold is a particularly good one as well. I'll give you credit for that. Thoughts on Lyri's ship, I guess. Above board, that was 90% improv, I'll say.
Oh, interesting.
Oh,
So,
wow.
Was Hartep's brother improv too, or
Yes, but he has a base. Hartep has other relatives, and that's all I'll say.
I mean, yeah, I guess turtles lay a lot of eggs at the same time, so...
And they they head
is
into
there-
water, yeah.
Is there 4 brothers?
I'm not that
And
quite.
maybe
I'm not quite that
maybe they-
Warhammer pilled, if that's what you're asking.
no, I'm thinking like 4 brothers that were maybe taught by a rat to like do kung fu fighting stuff.
Good point. Good point. I did not
Then
think of that.
wouldn't
I
that be
thought you were going
3?
to say, what are 4 rats? I mean, 4 turtles to fucking each for one old god.
Oh, you're all thinking of like smarter things than I. I'm thinking of Ninja Turtles.
Ninja Turtles are cool, to be fair. Maybe there will
They
be.
are.
Maybe there will be. I guess I will No, never mind. I'll leave that for next time. I was about to like say something regarding the mechanics of ELI, but we'll wait for that next time. What else happened today? Again, thoughts on Lyri's cultists again.
I thought that the people that we met might be there. she just didn't roll high enough careful. But if it was improvised, maybe not.
I have plans. And that improvisation fit in with my plans. That's all I'll say.
Like, I'm wondering if Severus and guy who murdered Spellbeard were there.
Who was the guy? Oh no, the guy who murdered Spell.
Unnamed guy.
Well, didn't he get turned into a pile of coins?
One was turned into a book, one was turned into coins, and one lived.
Oh right, good point. Good point. Good memory, good DoomGoblin, good memory.
I mean, it's his cousin. I have to remember stuff like that.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I'll be honest, a little. Like, this is one thing that I didn't find a good way to reason it. Basically, I am sad that Benjamin and sort of Moarg don't remember the last time loop, is what I mean to say. Makes sense why they don't, but I wish I had found a way to make them remember.
Yeah, I guess.
What else happened?
I want to comment on Anchorbeard. He's a character from Bladebeard backstory. His first captain that wore an anchor in his beard, and I guess Bladebeard always thought, or that's how I wrote it, that he died by jumping into the sea without removing the anchor. But I guess he did it on purpose.
Well, to be fair, I kept that in mind, and Olusha said, "Oh, he forgot to remove his anchor," like sort of to feed into that.
Yeah, maybe she was lying. And did she mind control him? Was he mind controlled by something else? Was he a worshipper of the old gods or something? Interesting stuff.
The only thing Olusha said was that he was even crazier than you imagine. But yeah, that can mean pretty much anything. But yes, Anchorbeard, other than this little later development, is entirely DoomGoblin's creation, so full credit where credit is due. Anything else? I'm happy. That is the token of young Bladebeard is the one I was frantically scrambling to upload last time that I forgot to upload. Good. That is also DoomGoblin's creation.
Yeah.
Oh, really? I
yeah.
thought you drew it.
Yeah, I wonder if that artwork of mine maybe like changed some of your plans, or was this always planned to happen?
Always planned, but the artwork made it sort of, I think, made the experience better because I could like replace your thing on screen with your artwork.
Yeah, when I saw that for a second, I thought like, are we going to like go through all the stages? Is he going to like time skip a bunch? But it was just a sailor Bladebeard.
Never say never, I guess is what I'll say. But yes, it was that particular era in history, which DoomGoblin, can I say the time period?
Oh yeah, sure.
This is before the First War. Well, before the First War.
Oh, okay.
So,
Interesting.
So did he like, what Bladebeard know? Did he like jump at this location or somewhere else?
There would be this location because the sort of linking factor was Lucia staring in your eyes, and it's almost creepy how coincidental it was, which but of course it wasn't. But yeah, you stare into Lucia's eyes, and as you look up, it's the exact same skyline, it's exact same like geographical coordinates, exact same ship position. Yeah,
Yeah, we're totally gonna meet him.
Potentially. Probably.
Just like his skeleton, like his beard still connected to the anchor at the bottom.
It's a skeleton with a badly edited anchor on his face.
Yeah.
Maybe. Heads up, I'm not a modeler, so a lot of the NPCs may look samey because I can only work with the skeleton troll warrior model, if that makes sense, and its variations. That said, I try to make the NPCs as unique as possible for where you're heading. But that's a bit of a heads up. What else? Oh yeah, thoughts on unleashing a minor elemental war?
I mean,
probably
it's
true.
away
It's
from anyone, so it's fine.
Yeah, sort of in the middle of the ocean, yeah. It will make sea travel in the region more difficult, but that's neither
I mean,
here
it
nor
was
there.
already difficult before, so nothing changed.
Yeah, true.
I guess it's better than just having 2 guys out, because now at least it's going to be more balance, I guess.
It's on that note, maybe worth thinking, for lack of a better term, like maybe it's a good idea to start thinking of how are, well, for at least for Bladebeard and Morg, how are we going to get the nasty mule out of here? If everything goes well, of course. Given the fact that it has no mast and that there's an elemental war going on in the area.
Bladebeard
Benjamin's
said it
bag.
himself. He's more worried about the crew than the ship, so
Yeah, but saving the
best
ship
case
would be
scenario.
good.
Use Benjamin's bag. Something
Mm.
else.
Can Karigosa carry it?
Go gadget, big hands, and put it in.
Karigosa can like grab the ship and then just open her wings, and the wind will blow into her wings, and she'll be a new mast.
More realistically, she'll do
It's a
the
bit
Jaina
degrading.
thing. More realistically, she'll do the Jaina thing.
Oh, I was thinking like pulling it over the water, like. But sure.
Maybe.
Maybe we can buy new masts in Ilalai.
Maybe. There's lots, and I do mean lots of stuff going on there. You guys know that I've been working on Ilalai for months now, and I think I'm like maybe 70% done, if that makes sense.
It would be so funny if we didn't go
Yeah.
there. We just like backed off at last second, like nah, not worth it.
I mean, every time you had to play, Kyrie saying like, "Oh, we should just go back." Did you like? Oh my god.
I mean, I would prefer that you go there, but if the story doesn't head there, that's perfectly fine. It's complicated by the fact that, obviously, if you don't go there, then Bladebeard's crew is likely kaput, if that makes sense. So I don't think
Kaput,
Bladebeard
or will
let
they
it go.
become skeletons as well and just have their happy lives in Ilalai?
I so wish we could have gone on for like 15 more minutes, but I'll shut up. On that note, by the way, thoughts on the idea that those are not really undead?
I mean, there's
Interesting.
probably like some evil magic thing that just kept them alive and just their bodies withered, but they're alive, kind of.
But like,
They're like immortal, but their bodies still decay. That's kind of the way I see it.
but like, for example, Satea and Arthas were never killed, still are considered undead.
Is Satea considered undead?
Didn't we talk about
At
this?
least she's like not gone into the sun for like 20 years, but
Well, she's a severed head that's alive.
On that note, I wish we could have kept on in the timeline of like where Caligos is with you and the orcs are aggressively chasing after you, because as I mentioned, they overrun Booty Bay, meaning they would have come across Satea.
It's
I mean,
better
what
this
can
way.
they even do with like a disembodied head? Just put her in a jail cell?
Don't underestimate
Put her in a
Satea. Don't underestimate Satea.
We'll find her like with a big hulking orc body.
Probably. Well, if that were the timeline we would have kept in, but yeah.
I feel like the only issue with that timeline is we already have so many issues. We're already close to many beefs. And every time we try and like, put out one fire, we start like 3 more.
I also feel like jumping timelines feels, I don't know, in character feels like a wrong thing to do. Like this isn't my Azeroth,
Yeah, I do not blame you. Though, I kind of would have liked the idea at the very least because it would have, sort of by its nature, given us a freer hand in how we deal with the world and important NPCs. That said, not like we can't really do that with the main timeline. Would have been... I think the ramifications, like if we had stayed with the alternate timeline and, I don't know, you would have killed or captured Warlord Zayla, that would have some interesting ripple effects. Also, given
by virtue of having infinites running around, it's not really the main quote-unquote timeline anymore in a certain sense.
I'll say no more about that. Though, there's also the fact, Warlord Zayla, you would have killed her, and also like not half, but like a big chunk of the Horde fleet is out here looking for you specifically.
We were not gonna kill Warlord Zayla, let's be honest. She probably has like a 20 forceful or some shit. She'd like obliterate us in one hit.
To be fair, if we would have kept with the timeline, that would have been our I would have treated that as the sort of first introduction of this new combat system, for lack of a better term, as in when these NPCs are providing you with passive buffs rather than actively participating just to alleviate the turn order. That also you could have maybe called upon certain elemental lieutenants to deal with the Hushets.
Like Kazu just throws Zayla into the air. And she dies.
Or Count Humidius would have done something, or Lord Crack, yeah.
I don't know, just find the picture funnier of just like her being thrown into the atmosphere and just falling down.
Maybe well, actually I can tell you, she brought her Proto-Drake along, and a certain demon chain that would have been holding Caligos in place. Fun stuff. But yeah, as I mentioned, it would have been also interesting because the Horde fleet is out here looking for you, meaning they're not somewhere else, meaning other events would be different, if that makes sense. Anyway, what else ought we to bring up for today? Mentioned this briefly in the session, but you'll notice that when the timeline got reset, 3 people were missing instead of 2.
Yes.
Yeah.
The rogue.
The
woman.
Explorers League woman. Until proven otherwise, it's Mueh'zala. That's all I'm saying.
The answer is far dumber than you expect.
Maybe. But was she one of the people that wanted us to go into the cave?
She wants us to leave.
Yep, one of the people who wanted you to leave.
It's just kind of
Then my
interesting.
theory doesn't make sense.
What was your theory? I'm curious.
Maybe she was like an illusion created by the dragons.
But that doesn't make sense because they wanted us to go in, right?
Yeah, when you mentioned that, then I was like, yeah, my theory doesn't make sense.
Maybe it's one of the goblins. Like the goblin with the bug, I don't know. I don't know why he'd be across timelines, but you know.
Maybe. Not super sure.
I don't know. I don't know what else would be like weirder. Like who else do we even know?
Good question.
Maybe she was Silvermane.
Yeah, it was like alternate Argentum that was trying to save us.
There'll be something, wouldn't it? Anything else that we ought to bring up? not necessarily from me. Yeah, you guys. Obviously, I could ask about various minutiae regarding, I don't know, the like Maj and Minlof and such, but that's, I think, not delving, but like asking you guys, hey, what do you think about that, when you don't really have any information. So I leave it up to you guys if there's anything else that you want to bring up rather.
Not really. I'm just very excited and scared for our next session.
Yeah, me too.
Likewise.
As always.
I'm not scared.
I ain't afraid of no ghosts and all that.
Well, these are not
But they're not
ghosts, they're
ghosts, they're alive.
skeletons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ghosts aren't real.
I'm quoting the Ghostbusters song. Anyway, all right. Well then, dear viewers, thank you for watching and listening to us. Let's see what these people are up to. I've rolled some dice. Dice apparently say that we ought to start first and foremost with Khono. Khono, could you please go ahead and talk about yourself and what you're doing?
Yes, hello. I am Chronos, and I do all sorts of stuff. I currently have been streaming Bioshock. I don't know when I'm going to finish that, probably next week. I've been doing a bunch of WoW videos at a pretty good pace, almost weekly based. See if I can keep doing that. I have plans to do Machinima at some point. It's been a very busy time for me lately. Yeah, it's been fun.
Exciting. Thank you very, very much, Khono. Then, according to the dice, we would have Thompshire. Could you please go ahead and talk about yourself and what you are doing? Thompshire, are you?
I guess not.
Sorry, forgot to push the
Mm.
talk. As usual, you can find me both on YouTube and now Blue Sky as Sir Thompshire. I am currently making Ironnorth episode 2, which is progressing at a pretty good pace. I also have to edit like 3 audio dramas before that, so not so pleasant. But yeah, lots of things happening, so stick around to see them when they are released eventually, hopefully soon.
Look forward to that. Thank you very, very much, Thompshire. Then, according to the dice, we would have Zelryn. Zelryn, could you please go ahead and talk about yourself and what you're doing?
Hi, my name is Aaran. I make stuff online. That's pretty cool.
She does. She's great at it. Check it out. Yeah, thank you very, very much, Zelryn. And then, of course, we would have DoomGoblin. Could you please go ahead and talk about yourself and what you are doing?
Yeah, I could. I'm a DoomGoblin. I do art. I draw stuff. So yeah, that's about it.
Indeed. Thank you very, very much, DoomGoblin. And I, dear viewers, was your Dungeon Master, Game Master Teeironor. I do this series, which is quite a lot of fun, as you can see. I also do another series. We're finally past that stupid room we've been stuck in for like 10 to 15 sessions. And things are happening. Interesting things, I'll say that. Yeah, check that out. Other than that, thank you, dear viewers, for watching and listening to us. Once again, we will be skipping next week because Easter and all that, but we will probably be back the week after. And we will see you when we'll see you. Goodbye, everyone.
See ya.
Bye.
See ya.